Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. Tonight, we are talking about Jack and Lilly Sullivan, who vanished from their Pictou County home on May 2nd, 2025 in Nova Scotia. We have a lot to talk about as the recent developments with the RCMP and stepfather Daniel Martel, who has recently did an interview. I've got some things that we need to look back on the other side of this.
Coming in clutch, better tighten the pearls. Dropping cold facts, got the truth for the world. No smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. You could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube. You have a lot of options, anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here. I know your time is very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with me. Today is October 10th, 2025. It is currently 7:17 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. TGIF mother chicken. Oh, God. Good to see you all. Really do appreciate you all joining me this evening. Hope your Friday is kicking off good to the weekend. Tonight we're talking about Jack and Lilly Sullivan case. And yesterday I did my commentary on Daniel's interview and all that. But tonight we're going to talk about some things and all that. But before we get started, if you don't mind, for my live chat and my replay crew, how are you? Do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Would be so thankful if you would. And consider sharing the live out for extra bonus points. Good to see you, Roxy, Pamela, Susan, Kat, Sheila, Sherry, Robin, Nadia, Peggy, Angel, Sheila, Wolf, Sherry, Kat, Brian, Nadia, Robin, Wolf, AB, Susie, Jen, Peggy, Brian, Susan, Wendy, Ruby, Teresa, uh, Jamie, Mini Panthers, Pamela, Shelby, good to see you all. Susan, Shoril. Yep, I think it's there we go. Okay, good to see you. Sassy Robin, everyone. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Please hit that thumbs up button. If we get to 100 or 1,000 thumbs up, we have a sugar party. And you know what about the sugar party? I do apologize. I was a bit late, having a little technical trouble. I didn't know how to fix it. I don't know. All right, but I got it fixed. Anywho, um, good to see you all. So tonight we're going to be talking about some things. Recently, Mr. Mathtel said, and Miss Janie said they packed up all the clothes and gave it to Malaya. It was like 5 or 6 garbage bags. And they said Malaya had nothing there. Nothing. She lived there 3 years. Made a child with him and had 2 other kids, and she had nothing. Thank you, Miss Raiders. Welcome. No, I don't think he ever did. I haven't checked since last night, to be honest with you. 1 second. I'm freezing. I need to turn this air down. It's getting cold. Fall nights. Feel like I'm going through menopause. I'm hot or I'm cold. Okay, here we go. All right. So, do y'all remember that? Do y'all remember that when Mr. Mathtel said that like Malaya had nothing. No clothes, no nothing. And I was looking and I thought, they're lying. They're lying. You can't tell me she doesn't have any freaking clothes or there or whatever. I don't care if the whole car was loaded down with clothes. She didn't leave all of her clothes at her grandma's house, and I don't think she left all of her clothes at all. Yeah. Well, I was going through some things here, and this isn't Daniel. When I tell you these things don't age well, they don't age well. Okay. Um, and so that's what we're going to talk about first. Let me get it here somewhere. I got so many tabs pulled up right now. It's unbelievable. To show you guys, I've got a couple different ones. And I don't see how anyone believes Daniel whatsoever, to be honest with you. Because in the beginning, he was saying the opposite. And this is what I say when he says things are the opposite of what they are, right? This is one of them. This is one of them. That doesn't age well, Daniel. And Mr. Mathtel says right here, I have Malaya's court documents at the house from the custody battle with Cody. It wasn't a battle, first of all, Daniel. Malaya left all her belongings at the house. Malaya left all her belongings at the house. Judy, welcome to the trip. We appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Judy, to the Pearl family. Really do appreciate you, Miss Judy. Thank you so much for your support, my dear. Good to see you. Hey, Miss Tina, thank you so much, my dear. Another recent lie. Dee admitted to being wrong about the 2 shirts taken by... Really? Where did he say this at, Tina? Hey, Sarah. Where did he say this at? Thank you so much, Tina. Appreciate you. I've not... When did he say that to him? Oh, so he blames Malaya and says, I hope she doesn't take the 2 shirts, or she took the 2 shirts, and I hope they're not planted with Jack and Lily wherever they're found. DT shirt. Okay, I might pull that up in a minute. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Interesting. So here he does say Malaya left all her belongings at the house. All her belongings at the house. Now, Daniel, you have given her nothing. You've given her nothing. Not that I'm saying I'm not saying she deserves it or doesn't deserve it, but obviously you've given her virtually nothing. She walked out on her missing kids, as far as I'm concerned, and she's walked out on her life as well, right? Hey, Lobster, YouTuber, Joe, good to see you. Roxy, Silly, good to see you. Leslie. So, and we have some other things here too, just to, oh, another thing I need to tell Mr. Daniel here. I've just saw it. Just give me 1 second and we'll get to it. I got to read these real quick, so just bear with me. And last night we was kind of talking about Durwood and how the narrative of Mr. Durwood and Daniel together, Durwood has just, him and Daniel has just created a narrative together. She only asked for kids' birth certificates and school pics and stuffed animals. That's all. Everything Malaya owns is still here. Everything Malaya owns is still here. How about that, Daniel? How about that, Janie? How about that? So, what did y'all do with their stuff? I mean, is Daniel putting on her lipstick? Is that what he's... I mean, listen, Daniel. I'm not judging, trust me. I mean, if she's got some good colors, share with me, as far as I'm concerned. But Daniel's probably more of like the guy in the Silence of the Lambs. That's like looking down in the hole. It puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets those. He's that creep. Probably trying to work voodoo so she comes back. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. It puts the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again. Listen, I'm all about some collar pellets, girl. Amen. Yes, ma'am. Hey, Maurice. Good to see you, honey. Andy, Robin. Good to see you. Hey, Wolf. So yeah. And so that's the question there. What did you do with Malaya stuff? What did you do with Malaya stuff? They said they had several bags of kids' clothes. What was it? 5 or 6 bags? 5 or 6 bags, something like that. Okay. 1 second here. All right. Another question I have for Mr. Mathtel is this right here. Here's one of Mr. Daniel's old texts, and it says, someone asked, "Oh, okay, wow. That would have been terrifying. Have they ever rather left the yard alone before?" And Daniel says, "No, only with me, because Malaya rarely ever went outside." Well, again, that's not true. That's not true because Janie, Miss Junkyard Gigolo Janie, says that she always watched the kids. They would come outside and she would watch them, right? Almost every day. Every day. The kids are not hidden. Come on. No one would risk. No, the kids are not hidden. They're not hidden. They're not hidden. They're not hidden. And they're not hidden. I I always tell people, like, I appreciate people that think these kind of things because they're good people, because they cannot picture something bad, someone doing something bad to to kids, right? But I wish we were all as good as the people that thought that kind of stuff, but there's just really nasty people out there. And unfortunately, they don't take care of their kids. They don't take care of their kids. And there's that, right? All right. A lot of things have changed since Mr. Mattel has started talking, right? A lot of things. And we're going to get in that. 1 second here. What did Daniel say, guys, when he said we never cross the road? We have cabins we built up in the woods. I know that part, but what does it mean we never cross the road? When he said that we never cross the road, there's nothing across the road, is there? Where he's at. He's sassy. Hope for the best, but expect the worst, and you'll never be disappointed. Yeah. Hey, Charlotte. Good to see you. Patty, Dreamcatcher. What is Daniel's new girlfriend going to do with all of Malaya's belongings? Well, he'll probably ask her to wear the clothes and spray Malaya's favorite perfume. And if she's blonde, he'll probably ask her to put on a dark brunette wig. Guessing. Does he mean the kids never? He said we never crossed the road. We never crossed the road. I don't understand that. You know what I mean? Hey, September love. Good to see you. Thank you so much, babe. Justin, it has been forever, my friend. Still love you to pieces. Love you more, September. Good to see you, my friend. Haven't seen you in ages. You're an OG. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. Hopefully you and yours are well. Don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger now. Thank you so much, September. Really do appreciate you, my friend. So good to see you, love. Thank you so very much. Very generous. Thank you. And write how she loves him in the mirror. Yeah. Yeah. I think Daniel took it worse than Malaya did, when they split up. Remember, Daniel said he had his hand on the glass of the car, right? I'm gonna pull up. Did Daniel do an interview yesterday with DT? Well, thank you, safety. Yeah, thank you. Does anyone know? Did he? Do we know? Well, I know he did it with CBC. We did the CBC interview last night. We'll yeah. But I'm talking about with. Okay, I just wanted to see what he was talking about with like the drunk turkey. Okay. Now, I've got so much shit here to talk about. I don't even know where to start. I'm overwhelmed, actually. All right. Let me find it here. I think it might be this one. We'll start with this one. DT went over the CBC interview. Daniel did not. Okay. So, well, someone said he was saying about the car last night, or not the car, the clothes last night. Thank you, Joe. And that's what I was curious about. Hey, Stacy, good to see you, my friend. Really do appreciate you, Miss Stacy. Good to see you, my friend. You guys look all ready for Halloween. I get over 1,000 trick-or-treaters. That's a little fact. I get over 1,000 trick-or-treaters. I might do like a members only live or something when I go to Sam's Club to get candy. And I always take pictures every year, but I might do like a members only live or something when I go get candy. You're gonna see. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. But it's something I enjoy. Something I enjoy. So thank you so much, Stacy. Really do appreciate your support, my dear. Good to see you. And thank you. I love truly. Can't do it without you. Yeah. Heck, we have a little over 1,000 people living in my town. It's crazy. I mean, there's a constant line of at least 2 of us giving out candy. 2 lines. Constant. I give out candy, and I give out either Capri Suns with the candy or like the Kool-Aid pouches thingy like that, because these little kids, they're like, they're burning up and they're hot and everything, and they're like, they got all kinds of candy, but nobody ever thinks of it. And I've given those out for years, so that's what I give out. Candy, and I get none. Live in the country. Yeah. I was watching on Facebook Live. I was like, why is no one chatting? Then I realized I need to be on YouTube. Yeah, I'm streaming from Facebook now. Just hey Minnie, thank you so much, my dear. You guys can enjoying this. So his Netflix movie shows him as the hero. He's gonna look like the buffoon, is what he's gonna look like the buffoon. He really is. So bad, Minnie. As the hero, when in reality he's a buffoon. Yes, bingo. Yep, that's exactly right. He is. Totally. This was the first year my son doesn't want to trick or treat. Aw. my kids, they like to trick or treat, but they didn't like when I was a kid, we got a pillowcase. Like I would get a pillowcase and I would be running up and down the hills and everything. I'd be so sweaty by the end of the night. We would trick or treat till 10 o'clock at night. And I just loved it. My kids, like, when they were little to do trick or treating, uh, they went to a few houses and they would come back and hand out candy. Same here, pillowcase. That's what we had. We didn't get no little cute pumpkin or anything like that. The cute bags that the kids get now. I would still go. Well, let me tell you something. There are adults that come here a lot of them. And I still give them candy and whatever. A lot of times people will be like, "Oh, I'm getting this for my daughter or whatever." I'm like, "I don't care, just go." Okay. All right, let me make myself smaller here and then we're going to talk about this. All right. Oh, well, these are some of these old ones. This is Mr. Mathtel, by the way. Therefore, Malaya and the kids, and I'm holding that promise. I'm not being negative toward Malaya. I love her, but I never lie because that's just not me. I say the truth even if it hurts. I'm sorry to say that, but I live in reality, and reality is something. Reality is what we're in. Then they said the dogs. Daniel says the dogs went to the road and lost the scent. Well, the dogs went to the road because that is where they rode the bus, Daniel. That's why they went there. They never got an actual scent leading to anywhere, right? Okay, just wait 1 second here. Oh, crap. How do I get this? Damn, how do I make this smaller? Okay. All right. And then he says, Malaya is not doing media. And he says, I am. They have a lawyer that the chief's brother from the reserve that she belongs to, Lily and Jack, were granted. Listen to this. As soon as the disappearance happened, but denied multiple times in the past. Meadow was not granted. So, first of all, he's using this as a means to make it feel like, oh, well, that's suspicious, right? This is when him and Durwood was trying to plug off that Malaya put the kids in the car and they're at the reservation, right? No, no, no. But remember about, does Daniel have a big freezer? I don't know, but it would have been checked, right? Also, you got to remember about the checks, right? Okay, let me look at that. I'll look at that right now. I think I just got it. Okay. Oh, it came out today. Look at this. Okay, we'll come back to this in just a second. Thank you so much. This came out just a little bit ago.
Investigation into the disappearance of 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan
Let's
is
hit that
raising
thumbs up
more
button, please.
questions than answers. The sister and brother went missing nearly 5 months ago, and on Wednesday, the Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crimes Unit announced their efforts to locate the children continue.
Are you considering this a criminal investigation yet? We're still investigating it as a missing person act. We don't have, we follow facts and evidence. So we collect the information, and from that we base our decision making.
But for former officers like Jim Hoskins, everything made public in this case suggests criminal activity.
So you got 2 kids missing under those kind of circumstances.
Great jet.
To me, definitely a major crime and a possible criminal offense somewhere. Something nefarious, to me, may very well have happened.
Not to mention a $150,000 reward for information, something
he
Hoskins
said.
says you don't typically see in missing persons files.
All the techniques for a major crime are on display. They just haven't said it is a criminal investigation.
When the search first began back in May, sniffer dogs were called on scene. These dogs were a $50,000 reward for information, something Hoskins says you don't typically see in missing persons files.
All the techniques for a major crime are on display. They just haven't said it is a criminal investigation.
When the search first began back in May, sniffer dogs were called on scene. These dogs were specifically trained to pick up human scent, including that of recent human remains. Near the end of summer, human remains detecting dogs searched the area. The difference being these dogs can detect the scent of human remains months and even years following death. The dogs and their handlers scoured the 40-kilometer search area over the past few weeks, but turned up nothing.
98% of those dogs usually find something if it's there, especially after 5 months. The longer decomposition takes place, the stronger the scent is for these dogs.
McCammon says there is no evidence at this time that may lead to criminal charges, but his team is open to every possibility as the search for Jack and Lily drags on.
I know there's a lot of public interest in this file.
Now, this is the thing. This older gentleman that's talking about it, he believes it's a major crime. He's not restricted because he doesn't, I don't guess he works there anymore, or he works in a different precinct. I don't know what they call him there, but so he's not restricted by, he's retired. Okay, thank you, Mohawk. He's retired, so he can say it now, right? This guy right here, he can't say it. He can't say it because he works there. Where is Earl's 100-acre property? I did a live on it. It's a little ways away. Something like that. Hey, Holly, thank you so much, my dear. Really do appreciate you, my love. Made it. Love you all. Thank you for the prayer. Oh, I don't know about that, but thank you so much, Miss Holly. Hope you and Lloyd are doing okay, my dear friend. All the prayers and all the love to you. Thank you so much for 16 months of support. I appreciate you immensely, my dear. Thank you so much. Good to see you, my love. And Jen, hey, how you doing, girl? Thank you so much. Sending love, Justin. My favorite channel. Oh, thank you. Look forward to it. You do such a great job covering it. Thank you so much, Jen. That is just a very, very kind and sweet comment. Thank you so much. It is so good to see you. Really do appreciate you. And thank you so much for your support and being a member on this channel, my friend. Truly good to see you. And Minnie Panther says, bingo, using kids for dollars. They got resentful, in my opinion. How do you mean? Oh, you're talking about with the checks we was just talking about? Well, allegedly they tried to put Daniel's kids on there as well. Last night, DT was trying to make his case that they said family. Like, dude, what is a general statement? I mean, what else are they supposed to say if not family? What else are they supposed to say? That doesn't mean anything, in my opinion.
And we want answers just like everybody else, and we're working as hard as we possibly can to get there. We will continue to gather information, review, and take action.
He encourages anyone with information to contact Nova Scotia RCMP or Crime Stoppers. Ella MacDonald, Global News, Halifax.
Someone said Belinda did something?
Mark Stein.
Did Belinda do an interview? Oh, my camera's off. Let me see if Belinda did something. All right, guys. Who's ready to jump? Ah! Sorry, wrong one. 1 second. Jack and Lilly Sullivan, Nova Scotia. 1 day ago, 2 days ago, 3 hours. Okay, here it is. I found it. I got it. We're good. How you doing? Hey, beautiful angel. All right. Grandmother of missing Nova Scotia children says RCMP should share more information on this case. Let's give it up for Miss Belinda. We love Miss Belinda and support her. And she is the only mother chicken, not you, Daniel, because you're there to save your own ass. Period. That's it. That's the only reason you're there. You don't even talk about Jack and Lilly, just how innocent you want to portray yourself for this super math hero, right? That's it. That's it. So Belinda's absolutely right. Here we go. Credit goes to the globalnews.ca.
Is raising more questions.
Hold on. Wait a second. Did you see this? 1 second.
Investigation into the disappearance of 6-year-old Lilly and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan is.
This was the early days. Oh, look at that, guys. Look at that. So this was Friday. Let me show you something. Look at that little pink blanket right there in the window. You see that little pink blanket in the window? As we say in the South, the window. Y'all see that? Look at that little pink blanket. Daniel, where did that go? Where did that go? Did it go in the fire? Yeah, Daniel doesn't like to talk about those fucking blankets. He don't like to talk about that, does he? I just noticed that.
Raising more questions than answers. The sister and brother went missing nearly 5 months ago, and on Wednesday, the Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crimes Unit announced their efforts to locate the children continue.
Are you considering this a criminal investigation yet?
We're still investigating it as a missing person act. We don't have, we follow facts and evidence. So we collect the information, and from that we base our decision making.
But for former officers like Jim Hoskins, everything made public in this case suggests criminal activity.
So you have 2 kids missing under those kind of circumstances. To me, definitely a major crime and a possible criminal offense somewhere. Something nefarious, to me, may very well have happened.
Not to mention a $150,000 reward for information, something Hoskins says you don't.
Kelly, that's right. It was in the window, and then it was in the railing, and then, Daniel, where's the pink blanket? Is it in the fireplace? Is it thrown away? Is it with Jack and Lilly? Where's it at? Where's it at?
Typically see in missing persons files.
All the techniques for a major crime are on display. They just haven't said it is a criminal investigation.
When the search first began back in May.
Hold on, beyond the whispers. Are you saying the pink blanket is still in the window? Is that what you're saying? Because it wasn't. Now, is there a pink blanket that's again in the window? Maybe. But I bet you it wasn't that pink blanket. Bet you it wasn't that pink blanket. Thank you, Tina. Check text. Okay, baby. Um, yesterday, if you didn't watch, he plays a clip of Haley talking also. Got it. Okay. I think that might have been your text. I don't know. I'll check, but I checked it, but I don't know if that was your text or not. Thank you, Tina, baby, and thank you, Darcy. Thank you, Justin. You are. Oh, thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you, Miss Darcy. Good to see you. Thank you so much, my friend, for being here, and thank you so much for being a member, my love. Appreciate you very, very much. Gotcha. Okay, we'll pull it up. We'll pull it up here in a second. All right.
Sniffer dogs were called on scene.
Okay, this is
These
the
dogs
same
were
thing, I'm pretty sure.
specifically trained to pick up human
Maybe
scent, including that of recent human remains. Near the end of summer, human remains detecting dogs searched the area. The difference being these dogs can detect the scent of human remains months and even years following death. The dogs and their handlers scoured the 40-kilometer search area over the past few weeks, but turned up nothing.
98%.
Beyond the Whispers, there were two different blankets, the one in the garbage and then they used another one. I don't know what you mean by used another one. I don't believe Daniel.
Those dogs usually find.
I mean, Daniel just said that there was, if you're talking about the new blanket that Daniel's talking about,
something if it's there, especially after 5 months. The longer decomposition takes place, the stronger the scent is for these dogs.
McCammon says there is no evidence at this time that may lead to criminal charges, but his team is open to every possibility as the search for Jack and Lily drags on.
I know there's a lot of public interest in this file, and we want answers just like everybody else, and we're working as hard as we possibly can to get there. We will continue to gather information, review, and take action.
He encourages anyone with information to contact Nova Scotia RCMP or Crime Stopper.
Yeah. We've got the picture. We've shown the picture. What day was it? Three or four lives ago, Kelly? It was. It's clearly not in the window. It was on the railing and ripped. If that's a recent photo, it's a different photo, different blanket. No, the photo that I just showed you there is when they first went missing. It was had to be Friday evening or at the latest Saturday morning. I think it was Saturday morning, if I recall. Belinda's right up there. She wasn't live. Yeah, we're gonna read the write-up here. Okay, let's see what Miss Belinda says. In this, the grandmother of two missing Nova Scotia children says she's disappointed in how little information about the case has been shared by the RCMP, saying more transparency could lead to better quality tips from the public. 6-year-old Lilly and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan were reported missing on May 2nd from their home in Lansdowne Station, a rural community in the province northeast. Belinda Gray, Jack and Lily's paternal grandmother, said in an interview Friday that if the RCMP wanted more help from the public, they should share more forthcoming with details from the investigation. Miss Belinda says, quote, if they shared more, the general public that wants to help them can be of service. Police are wanting help and tips, but they're leaving everything up to guesswork, end quote, Gray says. And I certainly agree with her. Right? 1,000, how much tips? Right. The public is usually the ones that solve it, right? They're the ones that normally solve it. So beyond, no, it's not the blanket in the tree. It's half of Lily's LOL blanket. Different blankets. Yeah, they're different blankets. They are different blankets. That is for sure. The lack of information about the investigation has meant that people are out there coming up with their own stories. It's making everything go sideways, all these little stories, end quote, she said. The grandmother said she felt let down and confused by the redactions in the case documents released by the Crown and the police to the Canadian press and other media outlets. The redacted documents made public in August include court applications filed by investigation for permission to conduct searches for public records, banking records, and video related to the case. The RCMP agreed to remove some redactions this week. Oh, how about that? That's good. So we're going to get some redactions moved. I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, Daniel.
Honestly.
I swear to God.
Daniel, I swear to God, if you make it onto the world's dumbest criminals, you know, I'm not gonna lie. You know, I'll be amazed. If you turn out to be innocent, and then you've totally made yourself always look guilty, that's on you, to be honest, and the circus that's happened. Okay.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
Never gets old. Never gets old. So that's interesting. So the RCMP agreed to remove some redactions this week, revealing that video surveillance was retrieved from the children's school bus and that the bus driver joined the search for the children. Now, is that what you're saying you redacted? I hope that's not all that they just redacted. I got to get Janie a picture. We got to get her a little picture. Hey, Snow Angels, Lolo, Shannon, Susan, good to see you, babes. When asked why some redactions were removed while others remain in the documents, a spokesperson with the RCMP said those decisions lie with a judge. Quote, any questions in this regard are best directed to the Nova Scotia courts, end quote. However, David Coles, a lawyer representing the Canadian press and other media outlets, said that ultimately it is the RCMP in conjunction with the Crown Attorney who decide what should be released or withheld. Quote, I say, the judge still retains authority, but my understanding was ... that the police and the Crown decided together that this was material that could now be released, end quote, Cole said Friday. He said he is waiting for a written summary from the Crown explaining the reason behind the redactions. Gray, meanwhile, said police have told her that they are limiting the information they share to preserve the integrity of the investigation. But she feels they are being, quote, overly cautious, end quote. What did they say? Like, I don't know. It continues. The grandmother said she's well aware of the flurry of true crime content creators on the internet who have been sharing theories about the missing children and the investigation. She thinks police could debunk some of the fictitious claims by releasing more details about the case. Well said, Miss Belinda. Well said. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You've done what? One press conference in going on 6 months? Something like that? Mama the bomb. Thank you so much, my darling. Really do appreciate you. Just you know that. Thank you so much. You received that membership. Thanks, our mama, for gifting you that. Really do appreciate it. I might do it. But I'll probably have to do it secretly. Was Justin interviewed in the interview? In this interview? Is that what you mean, like this right here? Mohawk? You're right, Marie. You gotta have there's gotta be some, well, I mean, physical, you can have, it can be a data, right? Data is there's a lot of different types of evidence. You don't need just physical evidence necessarily, but physical is a manifestation, and you obviously it proves it's the most at least in the United States, it's the most what's the word I'm looking for? I'll just say it's the strongest form of evidence, I guess you could say. But data, there's circumstantial evidence, there's a lot of different types of evidence. But you see, in Jack and Lily's case, let's say the parents know, right? Enough right, AB. I mean, if you put a lot of circumstantial things together, I think with I do still think there needs to be some sort of, the problem is, like, other creators will argue that support Daniel and them. They will say, well, they checked their phones. And I'm like, they said they didn't take a phone. Okay. So there's that. And they don't live in a good area for cell phones anyway. Well, they check their bank accounts. He's a broke motherfucker, right? He can't file his taxes because they allegedly defrauded institutions. right? Right. I mean, I think I I understand what you said. I don't understand what you mean, AB. I mean, the thing about which really makes a difference when when parents like Lori Vallow, she messed up. I mean, well, obviously she killed her kids, but when they went to her house, they said, "Where are your kids?" They're fine. They're fine. They're with a friend. Okay, so you know where they're at. Great. Tell us the friend, right? Versus that is in her control, right? Where she put the kids. Versus someone like Sebastian or Jack and Lily. They wake up and they say, "Oh, the kids are not here. Where did they go? Where did they go?" Out of their control, essentially, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. The more the better. Absolutely. But they've got to have something. They've got to have something. I think that they failed in the very beginning of this case, though. I really do, because you think about it, Daniel, Malaya, her family, they were all trumping in and out of that trailer, spending the night, all of that, right? When a child goes missing, period, everyone needs to be out of that house instantly. No going back until we have cleared this house and we've done everything we need to do. Yeah, Teresa, they gave him way too much. Let Daniel go back in the woods? No. When a child first goes missing, right, after the police and stuff get there, if they are not with police or someone searching, then they need to be at home. You need to be with a searcher at all times or with a police officer or whoever. Major mess up. Major, major mess up. And, Daniel, he is acting erratic when the police show up. Malaya said he was acting erratic. He is won't speak to any of Malaya's family, won't speak to anyone. Head down, acting like they're not around, right? And when he does, he's telling them they're not doing enough. And they were like, "We were all doing everything we could. We're just not jacked up on some crystal." You know what I mean? Standoffish. Yeah, standoffish. That she said that as well. Yes. So that's interesting as well. Miss Sarah, good to see you. It's Thanksgiving weekend. What is that? No, I live in Thanksgiving weekend. One of the things I'm thankful. Oh, you little shoot, you're so cute. I love you for that. Thank you. I'm so thankful for you guys. You have no idea. Justin, continuing to shine a light on Jack and Lily. Thank you so much. Thank you for all you do and for your awesome community. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate you more than you could ever know. I just enjoy you and all of you guys here, every single one of you, whether you agree with me or not. I appreciate your input tremendously, and it's very kind of you. Thank you for everything, Miss Sarah. Good to see you, dear. And another one I'm thankful for is Miss Shannon. We love our Miss Shannon. She is a doll. Good to see you, Miss Shannon. Thank you so much for your support, my dear. Much love to you, and I appreciate you immensely, Miss Shannon. Thank you so much, hon. Daniel, of course Daniel's here. Of course he's here. He doesn't miss a beat with these lives and on the internet. And so is Junkyard Jane. You know what? Let's do it. Let's give Janie and Daniel a round of applause with our 2 middle fingers only, though. Okay, y'all ready? There we go. There we go. Okay. Daniel did not message. I don't think she did. Let me check if Miss Daniel messaged me back. Oh, he did message me back. I am flattered. Sorry. Justin, I'm not sure if I'll answer questions for anyone anymore. It's pure chaos online. And he did this at 12:46 p.m. today. God, with all the lights, my phone looks like it's fucking nasty as shit. But anyway. Still looks nasty. But anywho. Okay. What should I reply, ladies and gentlemen? Well, it doesn't have to be chaos, Daniel. We just want to know the truth and the answers to what happened to Jack and Lilly. You have consistently changed your answers, and we would like for you to clear that up. Thank you. I sent her a voice message. He's watched me because he knew I kind of pressed him to we would have to pretty much answer. If he didn't answer, it would make him look really bad. We'll see. Thank you, Lobster. Really do appreciate you, my dear. Thank you, love. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate you, my dear. Good to see you. I'll be honest with you. I was gobsmacked by his interview yesterday. I really was. Without water references. Oh no. I know, Wolf. You can do right by these babies and still be able to. I mean, this is the thing. I know that whoever did something with Jack and Lilly are living in their own prison right now. They are. They are living in their own prison. Right here. And sometimes she's texting me. Sometimes that prison, if you're a tortured soul, it makes it really, really bad. Really, really bad, right? Miss Joyous, you are so good to me, Mamacita. Thank you so much. Next time I come to Canada, I'm getting together with all of you guys. I'm getting together with all of you guys. We're going to have a cup of tea. Thank you so much, Miss Joyous. Really do appreciate you. If you received one of those pearl necklaces, make sure you give Mr. and Mrs. Joyous a big, big thank you. Thank you so much, my dear. Really do appreciate you. Daniel is texting my phone right now, but we'll get back to him in a minute. I'm always in America. I'm always here. Don't tell us about your brother. Dan, don't tell us about your brother. Okay, let's move on. Let's finish reading this. The RCMP themselves are complaining about the crazy stories out there. They could knock off some of the things so that people know that's not a story any longer, end quote, Gray said. Gray said that while she recognizes that some of those theories shared on social media about her missing grandchildren are harmful and or false. Yes, I'm telling you, which I've talked about this in length on this channel, these peoples that put the medical examiners in the tents and they'll put like Jack and Lilly Sullivan found 10 minutes ago. They drive me nuts. Like it is just as easy to make a good AI video as it is to make a false one, right? Like, but I think the thing that they think is, oh, well, if I put, found there, people are going to click on it because they think, but they're never going to click on you again. They're never going to click on you again after you did that something to them. I wouldn't, right? Oh, thank you, Enoch. So I agree with Belinda there for sure, for sure. Grace said that while she recognizes that some of the theories shared are harmful or false, she said she's grateful that Jack and Lily's names are still garnering attention. Quote, the negative does bother me, but sometimes it is really negative. But you can't really pick and choose when it comes to true crime content. So for me, I would rather have it out there than to have it shut down. End quote. I can't tell you how, and I kind of mentioned this last night. Belinda comes from a different generation than she's not used to things like this. Belinda just loves her family. She lived a relatively small life and she just wants to know where her grandchildren are. She never knew any of this stuff existed, right? And she has navigated this so well. And from someone that had no idea that this existed, to doing the interviews now, going straight to the RCMP, straight to the courts, doing everything she can has been remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. And she is taking this well because it is true. Sometimes we don't like the content that's out there. I bitch all the time, especially with the things about the tents and all of that stuff that they say they were found and stuff. That's the only thing I really tend to bitch about because I don't want someone in the news to say, "Oh, I seen where Jack and Lily was found," and then that person just thinks they're found and goes on about their life. That to me is harmful, very, very harmful, because we want Jack and Lily's name to not be forgotten ever, for that matter, but especially while they are missing, right? So I don't care for some people's content or but it's not my style or whatever, but I appreciate them nonetheless for, like Belinda says, keeping their name out there. Did Justin's dog maul? I don't know. I really don't know. Probably not. But anything is a possibility at the end of the day, right? So there's that. There's that. That's the only really the only content that I have a problem with, is when someone says that they're not that I approve. I want to make that a very clear distinction. Approving of something and just what's the word I'm looking for? Approving of something and supporting their overall content is two different things. But the kind of content that it's putting a means to an end, and when you put a means to an end, that is whenever people move on from that story. And we want Jack and Lily to always be here in the minds and the hearts of people until it's resolved. It's not resolved yet. That's why the RCMP have only had 2 press conferences in all of these months. Drives me nuts. The names have to stay relevant. I agree. And I think Chris McDonough from the interview room, my friend Chris McDonough, he is retired homicide. He still works, not works, he's part of the Cold Case Foundation and all that. But he has talked in length about how law enforcement can put out absolutely too much, which is rare these days, but then they can absolutely hold back almost everything, and the public is always searching. I don't want to talk for him, but like the public is always searching, and so the speculation gets out of control because there's not a specific path to look at, right? And so they need to give a little bit, because the public is what solves these cases, right? The public calls in and says, "Oh, I found this. Oh, this looks suspicious. Oh, I seen that on such and such night." So, I do think, I mean, I'm honestly surprised. There's 2 things I'm very surprised in this case. One, that the CPS person came out, the head of DHS or CPS, whatever it's called there, and said that they were at Daniel and Malea's home in December. I was surprised at that, and I'm surprised these documents actually came out as well. But I would like to hear something than the norm, right? People want to hear something that's not a template or a cookie cutter answer whenever you go to these press conferences, right? For instance, what do you think happened to this? Well, all options are on the table, right? What? Okay, all options are on the table. Which way are we looking at? You know what I mean? Like, can you give us some more? We're tired of the cookie cutter answers. No, they can't give away the farm. They can't give away the farm. They sure can't give away the farm. But they need to give something other than a cookie cutter answer. Might be who? Rain? Oh, let me see. I don't even see him in chat. Is Rain having a bad day? I just see one comment from him or her. I don't know. hope your day gets better, honey. All right. As long as they're still trying to saying Lily and Jack's name and their pictures are being shared. Okay, let's see what Daniel texts me. That's what I've been working on for 5 months with investigators, Justin. When I know answers, the world will too. Daniel. I'm going to think about what I'm going to text him before I'm just not going to do it off the whim. What is it? What is it, Susie Q? Okay. All right, let's 1 second. Okay. Let's do this. Is there, there might be actually another one. 1 second. Let me just check here. Video. Two seconds, Sean. Let me see here. 24 hours. Nope, nothing in the news. 4 hours ago, 7 hours ago. Okay, North Shore News. Oh, shit. Did something. What's this? I got a question. Why in Canada, whenever like, why, maybe they do it here as well. Like they'll have like, is the news in Canada like under one umbrella or something? Like, is it, you'll see like a lot of, maybe it's just a company and then it's I don't know. I'll look at it. It's okay. Let's see if this is the same thing that they're saying here. Corporate media. Corporate media, guys. I was listening to this thing today. It is DOA. It is dead on arrival. Everyone is so frustrated with corporate media now. They don't trust corporate media. Can't say I blame them. They are over it. It's not even a political thing now. Like, it's not even just one side versus the other. Both sides are absolutely done. People are going to creators that go into the streets that doesn't have this agenda that is up to what's like your sponsors and all that. Daphne, thank you so much. Hey, darling, good to see you. Lost 2 family members. Oh, I'm sorry, Marcy. God, it's terrible. Very, very sorry. Okay. All right, here we go. Is this the same thing? Grandmother of missing Nova Scotia says the RCMP should share more information. The grandmother can follow up. Same thing. Okay. Wait. No. I clicked on the wrong one. Let's look at this. Okay, it is. It's the same thing. All right. I want to look at Daniel's interview once again because I literally talked the entire time yesterday and I only went through it once and I want to see it again. So we learned so much. I don't know if I got it pulled up yet or not. Oh, I'm going to get so frustrated though. Like, I'm so damn frustrated. Here we go.
That they were coming, but you didn't know when?
I actually got back from a visit with my daughter.
Oh, after this, please remind me to look at Drunk Turkey's live from last night because I wanna look about what he says about those shirts. Mods, can you please
And
remind
I come
me?
home and the dogs were already, on scene, and they were there for about an hour before I got there. I didn't know the exact day when the arrival was going to happen. It was even a surprise to me, but at the end of the day, everything's ruled out there, and I hope this is speculation, turns elsewhere.
I don't know if everything is ruled out because they clearly said nothing is ruled out, but it can be that they are ruling certain things out to get closer to narrow in, perhaps, to someone or something.
So you arrive home after visiting with your daughter.
Mhm.
They're there,
Yeah.
and then what happens?
They're there, and then, I walk up, greet them, and meet them for the very first time. It's like, can I come close to you and the dogs? And he said, oh yeah, oh yeah. And then, investigators were there, or one investigator, and, had a conversation with him, and they said, look, yeah,
Why don't we hear anything about Daniel's brother? A good question. Good question. I don't know. Why don't we hear more from Malaya's mom? I wonder who tipped him off. Well, the media ultimately did because the media said that they were going to be uh, coming, but they weren't going to say when or where. Right? Show and tell. Yeah. Why don't we hear from more Malaya? Right. Right. Because it's a cluster, pretty much. And this is just my opinion. I think by the time Malaya left with her mom that day, I think the mom or members in the family had a lot more knowledge of what happened. Because I always say they would not immediately start blaming Daniel if they if they know about him. They know who he is. They know what he's tried to control Malaya, all of that. You wouldn't just start blaming someone who treated your daughter nice, treated the kids nice, all of that stuff. Justin, thank you for posting about my missing family member. Oh, Unicorn, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, honey. Very sorry. If you need to text me or email me, honey, just let me know. Very sorry for your loss.
going to do the property. I said, perfect, let's do every square inch. And that's when it began with, where do you think we should where do you think we should search? And in my mind, these guys are the best. They're supposed to be the best. They should have mapped the terrain, looked at satellite imagery, and found every single speck on that property that needed to be searched. And they should have.
Now the question here is, Daniel. Sorry, I keep commenting. I'm just trying to watch the damn thing through, but I can't help it. I think of new things. Daniel says they need to search every square inch and all this. Why? When Daniel said he's 100% sure they're not going to find anything. I got to play this. I got to change shirts, guys. This thing's too tight.
Had, better coordination with reviewing those maps and people involved from the start with search and rescue to determine areas they need to search.
What happened? Did you tell them where to search or advise them, or what did you
Yeah,
say?
I gave them any indication that, soft grounded areas like the marsh, the ponds, anything like that. But I said, you're welcome to do it anywhere. They did inside the house, they did, everywhere, vehicles, they did everything they could in the amount of time that they were given to do it.
So what did they search when they came inside? How did that go?
Well, when they took the dogs like inside the house, they ran from one side of the house to the other, waiting for the dogs to, bark or pick up a scent, and nothing was located. Same with all the property. There was no indication of anything. They didn't do it once. They took in both dogs. They did the whole thing. They did like up the road. They did the blanket site. They did pipeline where the boot print was found. They exhausted every single area.
Don't say I don't do uniform changes on my live. Speaking about the dogs, today, Daphne had a very good live with a dog handler, Jules, and she's got a channel as well. Very, very good live. They would not take both dogs in the home at the same time. Yeah. Right.
Within Lansdowne.
Yeah, the pipeline trail right here where we're standing.
He's very
They spent.
Look at this area right through here. Those kids, I don't care if it's May, it's going to be worse in May because, look at all of, it was rainy, it was muddy, all of that. If Daniel was present during this, they wanted his reaction. Well, another thing is, it's very interesting how they came while Daniel was with Meadow. They planted it accordingly. Now it's better than before all the fall leaves. Yeah. It's probably peak. Is the leaves peak turned right now? Ground is cold, hard in May 1st. It was freezing October. The ground is warm and drier. Yeah, you got to think it was May 2nd. It was virtually the end of April, right? Peak fall. Yeah, because our peak fall, we're supposed to have peak this week or next week, but it's not here yet.
Every hour they could, searching, not, planning or anything like that. They were boots on the ground, just doing whatever they could.
You were mentioning that you had a bit of a tense reaction with one of the dog handlers. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, it was
We're having
a little bit heartbreaking and saddening to hear what the words that came out of his mouth. And for me, all I was trying to do was ever help. That's all I've been doing is cooperating, and to see that and hear that, it was pretty saddening.
He is like I said yesterday, I don't think he's not telling all of us what they said. All I wanted to do was help. We have lost the leaves on many trees, but we have had a dry summer. It's been, dry and hot. Let's see here. Butterflies. Thank you so much, my dear. CBC is run by government, Justin. I don't believe CBC. Gotcha.
What did he say?
He said your Thursday and all the way leading into Friday morning, there's not enough detail. I said to him that Thursday was just an ordinary day. Until
someone says ordinary or normal or another day, that raises alarm bells. Period. Daniel is showing a sensitivity area. Yep. That as well.
I woke up on Friday morning, and that's when life changed.
Life changed.
There was nothing like life changing on Thursday. It was a normal day. So
normal. Watching me grabbing his arm.
Therefore, there was nothing detailed that needed to be remembered that day.
There was nothing detailed that needed to. I let my leaves. Oh, sorry. He looks angry here. He doesn't look good. He really doesn't. He needs to get himself together. He really does. He needs to grow up and get his shit together. He is a man child. He really is. He's a man child. Went camping and there was. Let me tell you something, Daniel. We went camping and there was bears and a lot of bears. I know we never put a wrench on a freaking door. I don't even understand that. Like they're putting the wrench at the top of a door. What does that mean? His hair is getting very gray. Math will do that. When a person crosses it means they're not going to change their mind. Yeah, it's closed. It's closed off too. So police knew that they were being lied to. I mean, these two RCMP officers obviously didn't believe Daniel, if Daniel's telling the truth. I believe this happened because I can't imagine Daniel just saying. I mean, he says a lot of shit, but this is different. Like they're actually blaming him. Now, the thing with the stove is very weird. Like, I just don't think we're getting the truth naturally out of him or the full story as well. Like, what's that? That's a stove. Like, they're from Canada. You don't think they don't know what a damn wood stove is? Yes, exactly, AB. Not only that, AB, this is someone, Daniel says that he has filled up notebooks minute by minute to help the RCMP with Jack and Lily, combing through minute by minute. Why can he not go minute by minute Thursday? Why? Not because it's an unordinary day, right? But because there's clearly, in my opinion, deception. He's hoaxing. I think it was used like some people. I've seen used like a butter knife to put. I've seen that. I've seen people put a butter knife in the door, lean on me, like in the wall. But I don't understand. So the flat wrench was an additional lock. Yeah, selective memory. Yeah. Thank you, Enoch. He's got notebooks and 2 staplers. Yeah. I can't help but think of Janie, Ron, and Justin no more. The dog handlers are very experienced investigators, guarantee. Well, the thing is, he makes it sound like these during a rage and never fixed it back and had it shimmed shut. Is that what you think, or did that really happen? Do you know? You're probably right. Either way, but ripped it back apart on Friday so it wouldn't look suspect. Struggles. Yeah, because I don't buy. I mean, he puts this thing because of bear. Well, this is not something he A, normally did. B, you wouldn't do it to just one door. And it also can be that they wanted the narrative to look like, oh, it had to be this sliding door. You and A make me laugh so hard. Why does he want to lie about it and sidetrack? I don't know. I think it's just because of, oh, they couldn't have went out the front door because I had a lock on it, so they had to go out of the sliding door. It wouldn't sound and all of this. He said he couldn't get in the front door because it was locked. Yeah. Could be. Could be. Thank you for all you do. I swear to God. Thank you so much, Linda. I swear to God, Daniel. When she says that, I laugh every time. I swear to God, Daniel. Thank you so much, Linda. Appreciate you, my love. Good to see you. Thank you for being a member.
Until Friday morning.
So he was mentioning something along the lines
Hold
of
on, let
something
me just
happened.
play that again.
That's when, like, life changed. There was nothing like life changing on Thursday. It was a normal day. So, therefore, there was nothing detailed that needed to be remembered that day until Friday morning.
So he was mentioning something along the lines of something happened Thursday night,
Yeah.
and your story isn't matching up?
Yeah, well, not just matching, it didn't have enough detail for him, personally. And then that's when I asked him, do you know anything on the case? And he said, not really. I've seen you on the news once. And that kind of alarmed me, or, shocking, because you're having somebody that's trying to get you to admit to something and they don't know any details. So therefore,
This just, to me, is a gobsmack. This man thinks they sent 2 cadaver-dog from the RCMP on probably the most highest profile missing children's case in Canada in ever or recent history, and they don't know anything about Jack and Lily's case. But what Daniel is saying is these guys know nothing about the case, and they're blaming me, and they're saying I know nothing. They're saying I'm not giving enough detail about Thursday night. If they don't have the details, Daniel, right? If they don't know the little details that you provided, then they're not going to sit there and blame you. They have to know that you're not providing enough. So, there's that. I don't know about that, Daff. I really don't. Daniel says he knows more than the RCMP. Yes, he does. And he also says, he always says this, and I can pull it up right here. There's more to this case than what meets the eye. Says it over and over and over. I mean, I believe you know more, Daniel. Yeah, clearly, in my opinion.
or my Thursday didn't have any details. Your knowledge of the case didn't have any details. So you shouldn't try to.
Your knowledge. Now, listen, he's going to try to reason something here. Your knowledge of the case didn't have any details. Knowledge of the case didn't have any details.
That's trying to get you to admit to something and they don't know any details. So therefore, my Thursday didn't have any details. Your knowledge of the case didn't have any details. So you shouldn't try to force something on me without knowing any of the background.
Did he make any accusations at you?
Yeah, he did. He said that Thursday didn't have enough details and we think you did something to the kids Thursday night. And I asked him, like, what are you talking about?
So he's saying that they just flat out blamed him. His arms are flailing. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Just flat out blamed him. And I think most of us thought Thursday night something happened. And I think after midnight, there was in and out of that area of that home many times, many times. I bet he rages for sure. Yeah. I would say. Made him nervous. Oh, I hope they have a body cam. I would have loved to seen that. Or to have been a fly on the wall for that one. Oh, man.
Ran through whole Thursday and Wednesday with you. Like, we just spent the last 20 minutes talking. And there's not enough detail because I thought it was an ordinary day.
Never believe someone that's ordinary day, right? Normal, ordinary, it's a way to soften, right? Or distance themselves from the event. It's always to do that, right? In high stress situations, anything like that. That's an ordinary day. Well, fine. If it's an ordinary day, tell me what was so ordinary about it. The only thing you say is you come home, get tools, took you a while to get tools, help your mom until shit. Did my camera just die? Hold on. That battery can't be dead. Okay. 1 second. Let me play it.
In the end, like, cadaver dogs were there. They went through, and the story continues. In conclusion to all this, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. I'm still helping investigators at every turn we could possibly think of, and hopefully we see some kind of resolution soon, or some kind of outcome that's positive.
How's that communication in your relationship with RCMP now, 5 months later, and then given that interaction a few weeks ago?
At this point, I go to them. They don't ever come to me. It's just like I have to contact them, I have to go to them, and it's been like that for a little while now.
Daniel is saying that he's still helping the RCMP, with the case and all that, but is he really? Because they just asked him about Thursday, and he says, I can't give you any more because it was an ordinary day. That is his Achilles heel, Thursday. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I have to refresh my live because my camera died. 2 seconds. So sorry about that. We will continue. Here we go.
Because I've given them so many leads, and there's only so much I can do. I was told not to pursue any leads, so.
He just said 3 different things right there. 3 different things, right? 3 different things. Listen to what he says right there. I've given them so many leads. Okay, 1.
There's only so much I can do.
There's only so much I can do. I've given them so much, but there's only so much I can do. Then he says,
I was told not to pursue any leads.
I was told not to pursue any leads. I mean, what the hell, Daniel? You said 3.
Now, because I've given them so many leads.
He's saying, I've given them, a lot, but I can't give them a normal day, night of Thursday, right?
And there's only so much I can do.
There's only so much I can do. Don't expect me to give them, an ordinary day.
I was told not to pursue any leads.
But he was told not to pursue any leads. He's given them all of it, right? But there's only so much he can do.
So I'm not the one who's going to be going out there investigating.
Why do you pursue leads? Because you're still out there talking to people and finding out new details.
By pursuing leads, they mean if I have a lead, I don't track it down in person. But yeah, like, I'm still open to talk to the public. I have no fake accounts.
Bullshit.
I don't have anything that would be not under my name. Like, I go fully into every comment with my name present.
No, you
So
don't.
I have nothing to hide. People are free to message me whenever, and people are free to.
People who say they have nothing to hide nothing, Daniel. Remember that. People who have nothing to hide nothing. And you can't even talk about your evening. Notice how Daniel will say once he gets in the house. Daniel was supposed to be up all night long, right? Like, or for several hours, working on the home or whatever. We know that he supposedly goes in the house and he flips the lights on. That's how much he told us about his Thursday night. Right. Why didn't you clean it up? What happened? Right? And that's just that. One second here. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. One second. I'm behind here. Thank you, Enoch. Really do appreciate you, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you so much. You received that pearl necklace. Make sure you give our Enoch a big thank you. Thank you for your support, Enoch. Much love to you, my friend. Really do appreciate you. And thank you for being a member here on the Pearl family. Good to see you, love. Mama J, good to see you as well, love. Thank you so much. How you doing, Mama J? He says it was a normal day. It was not a normal day. It was the last day you seen your kids. Bingo. Alive. I would remember every second. Well, yeah, and exactly, Mama J. And like I said, even if I would make, like, I would be scrounging up something really freaking quick if it could possibly, like I said yesterday, if it could possibly, potentially, maybe help the RCMP get a clue, something about finding my stepchildren, my children, family member, somebody I knew, you damn right I would be thinking about this, what he calls an ordinary day, which is exactly the last day you see your stepchildren, most likely on the planet. Right? Exactly. Nothing ordinary about it. So for him to call an ordinary day, he's minimizing it, is what he's doing. So thank you so much, Mama J. Very, very good point. Good to see you, my dear. Kelly, thank you so much, love. Appreciate you. Wasn't Thursday the night of the family fight? I have heard since the beginning that there was a fight Thursday. But the family fight that they talk about was Saturday. So there's that. But I think there was a fight Thursday, in my opinion. Thank you so much, my dear. Joyous, Mama Sita, love you, Mama. Thank you, Mr. Joyous. I believe it. If everyone keeps asking Daniel about Thursdays, he'll be so darn triggered, he'll slip up. He certainly does not want to talk about that day. He doesn't. But again, just like I believe that there will be some made up stuff come about, which will be great, in my opinion, because then we can nail his fence to the floor. He's watching me right now. I know he is. just like he recently said, Lilly said, "Hi, Dad," or "Hi, Daddy," that morning, when in the documents, Daniel explicitly says she did not say anything. Right? Of course, Sherry. Thank you so much, Mama Joyce, and we'll stay on that for sure. Sure. Thank you, Mama Joyce. Appreciate you. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's exactly why he's not giving the info. He doesn't want them to find out anything that happened during the ordinary day. Yeah. If it's, again, people who have nothing to hide nothing.
Discuss anything they want with me. Any angle, any person.
No, you cannot discuss any angle with you, Daniel. Can't do it. Why? Why can't you do that? Because they just tried to discuss an angle with you and you became defensive and you said you can't give them anything about that day. You can't remember anything about that day, except, again, just like Mama J pointed out, it's most likely the last day, minutes, hours that you seen with your stepchildren, who you say you love so much and did so much for, whenever you claim Malaya wouldn't even do anything for the kids, and you can't give them that.
Perspective that they have, I'm open to it. And I will pass it along to investigators if it's a solid perspective. Every tip matters. All 800 and almost 900 of them matter.
Do you find that engaging helps for you?
It doesn't help me mentally, that's for sure, but I still do it. I'm basically desensitized to all judgment at this point, so if anybody has anything, you can just come to me, or you can go to Major Crimes, you can go to your local police department, they'll pass along tips, or Crime Stoppers. Because this whole situation has drug on for way too long, and it's absolutely destroying everyone involved.
So what does this tell you now that the cadaver dogs were in, they didn't find anything? Do you think, like, the part on the woods, do you think that's case closed?
It should be case closed. It should have been case closed from the very start. Because with the amount of resources, the technology, and amount of searchers, and everyone deployed in that the initial search, that was a lot. That was an 8-kilometer radius outwards.
Listen to what he says.
And it's just the amount of money and people, because this whole situation has drug on for way too long, and it's absolutely destroying everyone involved.
So what does this tell?
It's destroying everyone involved. Destroying. So, Daniel, you would think that if it's destroying everyone involved, that you would be more apt to help about Thursday, right? Speak about Thursday, that ordinary day. Destroyed. That's interesting wording.
Tell you now that the cadaver dogs were in, they didn't find anything. Do you think, like, the part on the woods, do you think that's case closed?
It should be case closed. It should have been case closed from the very start.
Yes. He said it should have been case closed from the very start. I have never heard a parent say it should have been case closed from the start, because their child is not found, or their children in this case is not found, right? Who says case closed? Most parents are saying do more. If you've given it 100%, give it 100 more %. Don't stop. What do you need? How can I help? What can I give? What can I do? What can I say? What can I think? Until we find these kids. Not, it should have been case closed from the start. That's what he wants. That's exactly what he wants, in my opinion. He wants this to go by the wayside. Everyone forget about Jack and Lily. Everything go back to quiet, and just go. He'll go on living his life. Him and Malaya, right? No, we don't move on unless A, we know where Jack and Lily are, and B, justice is served to the life of neglect and hell, and in my opinion, ultimately death by something or someone.
Because with the amount of resources, the technology, and amount of searchers, and everyone deployed in that first initial search, that was a lot. That was an 8-kilometer radius outwards.
AB, if you're still in here, remember Don Wells saying, the searchers, they're limping, they're tripping, I feel sorry for them. A parent who says, God, they looked everywhere in that area, and they've looked multiple times. They haven't found nothing. We should, go further out. We should, put our heads together, come up with another plan, because it's not done until we find my kids. Yep.
And it's just the amount of money.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Hear that?
8-kilometer radius outwards. And it's just.
You hear that? It's disgust. Want it off of me. Blowing it off.
The amount of money and people's time, injuries that were, sustained during that, it's just, people should have just opened their eyes to see.
Now it's about, again, the injuries of the work or the volunteers, the amount of money. Yeah. The amount of money, like he's the budget queen now. I can't with him sometimes. Don's still looking for his church shoes. No, it was a 6 square kilometer area that they searched, so a little over double Janie's 2.5. Yeah. Pack up and head home. Nothing to see here, right, Danny? Right. Yep. 1000%.
That we need to look elsewhere. I pointed many fingers, and I think that's where the people should look.
I mentioned this yesterday. There's several text messages of Daniel saying, I'm the one that's doing the interviews. I'm the one helping. The internet's not looking at me now. All the eyes are on Malaya, right? Evidence is mounting. Evidence is mounting. I'll show you some of that in just a second. How do you know evidence is mounting, Daniel? It was a shot at Malaya, it was a shot at the neighbor, and it was a shot at Malaya's sister, because he's really going after Malaya's sister now, because she rode his ass and pulled his hair the entire time that she was there. She was the one that, when Malaya said he's been doing the math for 2 years, that's, partially the reason we're broke and all this stuff. That's That's why she called him out on it, and he doesn't like that. He doesn't like anyone having control, much less a woman.
Not here.
Not here. Not in the woods. The fingers have been pointed. Let's start taking a look.
The fingers have been pointed. Let's start taking a look. He wants the eyes off of him so bad that he's not even he's not even mincing words now, right? He is saying it. Yeah, I mean, you can look at Malaya's sister till the day of judgment. She didn't plant the tree, or she didn't plant the tree. She didn't plant the blanket. Oh, he's desperate. He is it's only up, for Daniel. I mean, like he's at the bottom. The old Daniel can't stop moving. He has moments where pressure really gets to him, because I know people that he talks to and he would shit if he knew who talks to him. And it gets to him. It does.
What's going through your mind as you see their picture every day still?
It's just heartbreaking to know that 5 months have passed and school started, the summer ended. Like, this should be a chance for kids to be interacting and doing kid things, enjoying their lives as kids. Like, it's not just all the kids that miss them from school and community, and at this point the whole country that know they're missing. It's just like I have kids too that know that they're missing too, and like that's heartbreaking for them. Like, Meadow doesn't understand, but one day she will, and she knows that Dad spoke up for Jack and Lily.
He does not even believe himself. Daniel wants to do, like I call Daniel reptilian. He has a reptilian brain, because Daniel only thinks in the current interview, what can make him look best to the questions being asked right then and there. He doesn't think about what he said last week, last month, 5 months ago. He doesn't remember that. He's not interested in that. It is only who is in front of him right here, right now, with the questions. And you go back and you say, well, Daniel, when someone asked it to you this way, or push back a little bit, you said this, and that cannot be true, because you just said something complete opposite. And I was talking about, oh my God, they would rip him a new ass. And that's what I talk about Daniel here. When he's always talking about evidence and all of this is mounting. Motive is unclear, but by the looks of it, trying to frame me, all the accusations are mounting. Wow. So Daniel clearly, by the evidence of this text message, appears that he believes that he's being framed, and the accusations are mounting. I don't know if that means against someone else or accusations are mounting against him. He doesn't make that part clear. Hey, Mike. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mike. Appreciate you. Good to see you, my friend. You are well. Mike's done some great work over there. Thank you so much, Mike. Good to see you, buddy. Really do appreciate you. There's so much more info that isn't mentioned in any paperwork. Framing someone in 2025, living in a trailer, criminal minds, not masterminds. Yeah, I can't believe Malia isn't saying a word. It's ridiculous. It really is. Yeah. Okay. I want to go to this right here. One second. All right. Check this out. Does anyone know the timestamp from yesterday? Does anyone know that timestamp from yesterday? Whenever he said Daniel tells about, Daniel says about the shirts, Daniel admitted, did they search Earl's property with the cadaver dogs, Justin? Not that I'm aware of, no. Was framing. It's very hard to frame someone in 2025. Very hard to frame someone in 2025. It's almost no. Did someone say Earl has a boat? Earl has a whole damn junkyard. I couldn't keep watch after. What happened, Sassy? I missed it. I never understood why other content creators mentioned while we were on this together, but again, there are rules and I respect that. Well, it's just respect. The reason I don't do any content creators in my lives is because it can go sideways real quick. You get someone that says, "Oh, I don't like that person," or "I don't like that person," and then the content creator's like, "Oh, they were just talking about me," and in Justin's chat and all that. So it's out of respect. That's the reason I don't do it. So yeah, we try to avoid it at all costs. We're here for the missing, and that's it. There you go, Norbeaster. Go to the Haley doesn't. Go to when Haley does her short. Haley does her short. Haley? Haley. Is it with is it this part right here?
Clips of some of the things that Haley says. I'm not going to play them because I haven't spoken to Haley, and I'd rather speak to her and get her side of things. He's constantly,
because we have no real answers. Is not getting emotional. I feel helpless. Like the
I've not heard this.
feeling of helplessness is immense. Shock and emotional numbness trying to process a situation even 5 months later is not getting any easier, and I don't know if it ever will. Because we have no real answers, no solid truth. And even for a second, I sit here with the what ifs. Like, what if I knew what was going on in that home? Could I have intervened? Could other family members have intervened? We didn't know what was going on behind closed doors. Malaya never said anything. The kids never said anything. They never.
so right here, she don't know anything, for one.
That's right.
She's straight out saying, and I don't know anything. Malaya never said anything about something going on, and neither did the kids.
I know, maybe.
I think that's pretty, pretty strong, We didn't know anything. They never said anything happened. So it sounds like somebody who is suspicious, obviously, of Daniel. And
when did Haley speak on Sonny's? I believe Haley too. I believe Haley 100%. I mean, I know that that's Malaya's sister. A couple nights ago. I guess it is. Let me see if I can pull it up. Just to, it's a criming shame. I swear to God, Daniel. Swear to God. It either had to be 1 night ago or 5 nights ago. With Sonny. Let me see here. I think I got it. One second. 1 night ago or 5 nights ago, guys. Let me see here. I never heard this. Oh, is it on a members only? Then I'll just play this. Damn it.
Malaya never said anything.
I mean, I'm a member of her channel, but I don't want to.
Going on behind closed doors. Malaya never said no one is a
That I have them, but that'll be about it. So let's listen to this.
You know, I can't believe Sonny. She said she's like 60, 62 or 60. Oh my God. I can't even start. People who says that Jack or Lily or Summer got mauled by a bear or a coyote or whatever. She's 56. Still, I can't believe she doesn't look 56. She doesn't even want to answer questions to her own family. Hello, red flags, red flags. Does anybody, I mean, in chat, if you do, it's perfectly right. But does anybody believe that they were taken by a bear or a coyote, like wildlife at all? It's okay if you do, but
worst case scenarios.
All right, let's turn this up real quick. But she said something's constantly filled with worst case scenarios.
I feel helpless. Like the feeling of helplessness is immense. Shock and emotional numbness trying to process a situation even 5 months later.
and you know, it has to be very hard for the family, right? Your nieces and nephews are babies, right? Preschool and kindergarten age. And they're just gone. And you don't know where they're at.
It's not getting any easier, and I don't know if it ever will. Because we have no real answers, no solid truth. And even for a second, I sit here with the what ifs. Like, what if I knew what was going on in that home? Could I have intervened? Could other family members have intervened? We didn't know what was going on behind closed doors. Malaya never said anything. The kids never said anything. They never.
So right here, they don't know.
Okay, what is Daniel's reaction to this?
You don't know anything, for one. She's straight out saying it. I don't know anything. Malaya never said anything about something going on, and neither did the kids.
Well, that's not true.
I think that's pretty.
That's actually not true, because Malaya told her about Daniel doing math in that home, right? So there's that. He did absolutely. She did absolutely tell Malaya that. So
pretty strong. We didn't know anything. They never said anything happened. So it sounds like somebody who is suspicious, obviously, of Daniel, and is looking at him as being somebody to be suspicious about, but also not realizing that she's.
The Pope would be suspicious, in my opinion, of Daniel, let alone anybody else. Like, it's crazy. Is Justin the brother's name mentioned in the paperwork? Was he questioned? Yes, he was questioned. I can pull that up.
Correlating the fact that nobody ever said he did anything wrong.
Feeling of helplessness is immense. Shock and emotional numbness trying to process a situation even 5 months later is not getting any easier, and I don't know if it ever will. As we have no real answers, no solid truth. And even for a second, I sit here with the what ifs. Like, what if I knew what was going on in that home? Could I have intervened? Could other family members have intervened? We didn't know what was going on behind closed doors. Malaya never said anything. The kids never said anything. They never showed signs of anything.
Well, actually, is Belinda watching? Belinda, are you in here? The kids actually did allegedly say things to their school. So, I was wanting to see if she's in here. Yeah, and that's not ever talked about as much either. Oh, yeah, I mean, AB, that's what I said. Daniel, let's say he did nothing. Let's say he did nothing to Jack and Lily. I still think he is a piece of period, because he straight up neglected, in my opinion, likely, in my opinion, abused these children. A child abuser and a child neglector is just one step up above someone that does something. Yeah, and Wade said that too. Yeah, Wade said that too. The keys on the heater. I don't know what that is. Justin didn't, to answer the trailer interview, say that Cindy and had a U-Haul ready. Yep, and Malaya backed out. And I'm telling you what, Malaya, if she wouldn't have backed out that time, those kids would be alive today, in my opinion. Period. Malaya just let him do whatever.
Like, kids don't just up and vanish. We all know that. It doesn't.
That's not true. Kids do sometimes get up and walk out.
When they do, they're found. Even people who just walk up and go wherever, they're found. And remember, there's 2 children here. They are twice as likely to be found. That's just the truth. Oh, it's bad, AB. It's bad. Bad.
Kids wander. Kids have gotten lost in the woods.
Adults have gotten lost in the woods. That's Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean shit. Yeah, they get lost in the woods. Up to 20 minutes. Up to 20 minutes. With a 4-year-old in some big fucking rubber boots and a diaper on. Fucking piss poor raining outside. Cold as shit. There's a fire in the trailer going on. You see the smoke coming out. His kids didn't go anywhere. That's some bullshit. Sorry. Not sorry.
It's more common than you think.
I see you,
Could I have
Mama.
intervened? Could other family members have intervened? We didn't know what was going on behind closed doors. Malaya never said anything. The kids never said anything. They never showed signs of anything. Like, kids don't just up and vanish. We all know that. It doesn't happen. It's a heartbreaking mystery. I sit here day in and day out and hope for good news. But at this point, I don't know if we'll ever have any good news. Trying to navigate this has all been...
I don't care if you're in Nova Scotia, Timbuktu, Hollywood, the Appalachian Mountains. No way. No way. Really, Justin? What's really, Justin? In my opinion, I'm not mad, but he's on a different opinion than us. But to get mad at your viewers because you don't agree with is wild.
Overwhelming. Like, literally overwhelming. It's unimaginable trauma to have a niece and nephew go missing, both at the same time at that. I just feel lost, helpless, and completely heartbroken.
I feel for her. To have a family member missing, it must be very hard, and like I said, in many cases, it's not uncommon for people to turn on each other I talk about a case that happened out here with a couple of folks who were expecting a baby, and the day that she was supposed to go and get induced, she didn't show up. She went missing. People assumed that the boyfriend did something because he was also missing, and the family started turning on each other once the female's family started saying that the boyfriend did something and he's on the run and this, that, and a third. They end up finding them both shot in a car.
I covered that case extensively. I had 3,000 people in my room at that time. That was in San Antonio, Texas. And that is, in my opinion, a Savannah Soto. Yeah, I see you. That is a totally different situation. And I don't know why they said the boyfriend was lying, because the boyfriend got killed. The boyfriend got killed. They both got killed. I don't know if he remembers it right. Or maybe I listened to him wrong. Hold on. What did he say?
I feel for her. To have a family member missing, it must be very hard, and like I said, in many cases, it's not uncommon for people to turn on each other I talk about a case that happened out here with a couple of folks who were expecting a baby, and the day that she was supposed to go and get induced, she didn't show up. She went missing. People assumed that the boyfriend did something because he was also missing, and the family started turning on each other once the female's family started saying that the boyfriend did something and he's on.
They were found that evening or the next day. It wasn't long at all. We had footage. We had camera footage of the unalivers dropping off the car, the truck pulling up, all of that. I don't know how he's equating that. I really respectfully don't. No, the kids don't. A 4-year-old doesn't get multiple black eyes. In fact, let me show you something. Let me show you something. One of Mr. Daniels had it pulled up here. Actually. Oh, remind me to tell you about Cindy, by the way, and Daniel before this live ends. Right. Daniel, in my opinion, he was saying this because I think Daniel was saying this kind of stuff in case their remains could have been found soon after they went missing. He was talking about the black eye. Believe it or not, Lilly had black eyes from Wednesday, 2 days before the disappearance. A Tonka trunk swung up and hit her in the face at Patty's house. She pushed down on it, and when she was going around on the floor. Kids hit their mouth or their chin when that happens. I don't know how you push up this Tonka truck and it slides out from under you in your eye. You get a black eye. So I don't believe that at all. Can a kid push it out? Happens. That happens quite often, but it's generally their mouth or their chin. Justin, what kid was Wade talking about? He was talking about Jack and Lily. Oh, he's watching. He's watching for sure. He absolutely is.
On the run and this, that, and a third. They end up finding them both shot in a car, not too far away from the killer's house. So they went through their phones and stuff, and they ended up finding out through certain apps and stuff like that, encrypted apps too. So for those that say you have an encrypted app, you can't figure this.
Well, not only that, not anyone on YouTube, in this recent podcast that they recently released, that's like 15 minutes long. We listened to it like a week ago. Daniel admits to the reporter where Jack specifically, he admitted that Jack had a lot of black eyes. 4-year-olds don't have a lot of black eyes. I don't care if you're the clumsiest 4-year-old on the planet. A black eye it's something that has to hit you directly with force to bust blood vessels. And only a certain amount of things can really do that. Makes math and he doesn't like kids. He takes math, sells math, makes math, and he doesn't like the kids. Wade was spilling the tea. We seen the video of the tossing the towel in the Savannah Soto case. Yeah. I've still got all Matthew's, all of his videos, because Matthew, Savannah's boyfriend at the time, fiance, you want to talk about rugs. He was dealing, and he was dealing. Like, he had this app, and I got on it, and you could see like everything he sold. Like, he would say, I've got this today, and it was just stacks. Yeah, it was bad. And for both the kids to have black eyes. Yeah. I am 40 years old. I've never had a black eye. Never had a black eye.
Out through encrypted apps that they were able to find out that they were selling drugs, both of them, and ended up being a bad drug sale. The girlfriend is the one who actually set up the buy, and then it's something, the guy that killed him said that.
But even 44, right? 42 and 44 years, right? Now, Jack is 4, not 44, right? So that's actually acceptable, having 2 black guys in 44 years, right? 58, never had one. Now, what about a 4-year-old having multiple black eyes? Yeah, there's nobody out there. There's nobody even out there to kidnap him. Yep, I will, Sue. I will. Yep, I'm going to show you. Remember, I'm going to talk to you guys. Remember, Daniel said, and he pushed this. He even said it in the documents. So did Junkyard Janus, that Malaya's mom was there almost straight after Jack and Lily went missing. Right? Right? Timestamp about the shirt 5534. God bless you. Thank you. 5534. Listen to this, guys.
2 of his shirts from the house.
Hold on.
He buy it, which family or can buy part of it. Now,
I am from them. Been hauled in there.
We can be wrong about things.
Planted. My ass would have been hauled in there long and ever ago for a polygraph. That's never once came up from them. He's just making himself look worse and worse with all this new stuff coming about. Same as, saying that Malaya took 2 of his shirts from the house. That didn't happen either.
Not only did he say Malaya took 2 of his shirts from the house, right? He said he hopes they're not found with Jack and Lily. Come on, people.
Okay, so
And so again, Daniel thought that, and then after a while, I believe I talked to Janie or Daniel, and they said that they were wrong. They found the shirts or whatever. Them.
Okay, well, that's very convenient. It's very convenient that Daniel's called on his bullshit when he knew Malaya didn't take a fucking stitch of clothing for herself. She only took what she had on her. She didn't even take Meadow stuff. It was get Meadow in the car and we're leaving. That's what never came back. It just, and that makes me think, I swear to God now, if something happened Thursday night, then Janie knows, in my opinion. That makes me look at Janie that much harder now. I thought, she just doesn't want to be in it. She's taking up for a child. Now I'm like, girl, you know of everything that goes on in that house. Yeah, Mike. Haley has no reason to lie. Well, I mean, I just don't think Haley's going to lie about this. I mean, I understand that's her stepsister and all that, but she's not going. She might take up for Malaya, but she's not going to lie for Malaya. Malaya has to know. Fuck yeah, she has to know.
Being wrong about something isn't something that's necessarily a lie. You know what I mean? He couldn't find him. He assumed that she took.
No. There was no assumption. No assumption. Nope. Not I think she took them. No, Malaya took 2 of my shirts. She wrote on lipstick. Did that happen too, Daniel? Now you're pissing me off. Did that happen, Daniel? Did she write on the lipstick, or I don't know, did you bump your head in the fucking mirror and it was blood? Like, what the hell? You said, Daniel, that she took 2 of your shirts. She wrote a note on the bathroom mirror with lipstick, and that you hope the shirts are not found with Jack and Lily. Show us those fucking shirts, Daniel. Screenshot me those fucking shirts right now. Come on, you're watching me. I'm sorry. I No. You didn't lie. You misremembered. You think the RCMP is going to say, "Oh, you misremembered that." I don't see your comment, Sam. Copy and paste it.
It doesn't mean he lied. That just means he was wrong. He was inaccurate. There's a difference between being
liar.
wrong and inaccurate and intentionally lying. So
He's
I just wanted to clarify
liar.
that there.
Worse and worse with all this new stuff coming about. Same as, saying that Malaya took 2 of his shirts from the house. That didn't happen either. Okay, so as for the bathroom incident, I guess if that's what you want to call it.
Oh, she's a half sister. I
After he was
apologize.
wrestling around in there, there was something there. Malaya took 2 of his shirts from the house. That didn't happen either. Okay, so as for the bathroom incident, I guess if that's what you want to call it, when I went in after him, after he was wrestling around in there, there was something there. I couldn't tell you what it was. Could have been a substance. Could have been anything.
There was something there. I couldn't tell you what it was. It could have been a substance. It could have been anything. That's weird.
All right. Now, this is where I'm going to call Haley out. Now. Haley, you said it was rugs. Malaya broke down and said he's been doing it for the last 2 years. And you said, what was it? She broke down and said it was rugs. And then after all the backlash came, you backtracked on it. But again, there's another recording of you saying, yeah, you rode his ass because of all the fuckery he was doing. Why can't someone just stick to their guns? Right? Like, say you said it, and let's move the fuck on. Clearly, there's a bag full of rugs there. Clearly, Malaya told you that he's a math head. Clearly, I know who his damn drug dealer is. So does Sonny. So does a lot of us. He likes a whole substance full of stuff. Come on, Daniel. Just stop. Why is it so hard for people to be honest and just say it? Why? I don't understand. Like, just be honest. The only way you're going to find Jack and Lily is if people start being honest about what was happening. Right, Mike? Because the pussyfooting around is not doing anything.
Because I mean, you can kind of tell if it's powder. You can tell if it's a pill, if it's a liquid. You know what I mean? What do you mean by a substance? And it could have been anything. It could have been, because then the other question is like, all right, could have been these things, but you share.
She could be sued for defamation. Oh, she is in Canada. But get this. Have the drug dealer come in. Have the drug dealer come in, Charlotte. He'll talk. They're not going to charge him for anything. Yeah. Sold him drugs. A lot of people knows he's done it. Right? Go for it.
You send this and say this is what it was.
And Daniel, he doesn't have even a fucking bank account right now. She's afraid she's getting sued from Daniel because of she's saying that it was drugs. Well, Malaya can attest to it. She can say what I believe was drugs, because after I saw that, I went to Malaya and she said, yeah, he was smoking whack up in the bathroom for the last 2 years. How on earth is Daniel getting away with these lies? Well, he has people, in my opinion, enabling him. Well, he has a bank account, but he doesn't. We got to have money to put in the bank account. Remember, he works 1 day a week and he's off for stress or something. Yeah. Yeah, and that too, Mohawk. Yeah. Say, let's just pluck this little hair. We'll see if it's defamation or not. There's a lot of ways around things.
Now, I am assuming you're thinking this here, this battery is a substance, I'm assuming, maybe, or maybe this right here is your substance. But this is what you took a picture of on the water heater.
Oh, you didn't know that? Tropicana, why is he going to NA if he doesn't do drugs? You want Daniel's answer? So he can be cleared of accusations. Cleared of accusations. And he can make him look better. He says he goes 3 times a week, which is the liar's number 2. He said something the other day. He goes 3 times a week to something else. I'm like, you're going to NA 3 times a week. You're doing this 3 times a week. You're seen in town every day. And you can't work that 1 day a week. Okay, got it. Got it.
Is the substance, I'm assuming, maybe, or maybe this right here is your substance. But this is what
that bag right there with the fold is the substance. Right there. That's a bag.
You took a picture of on the water heater.
Malaya said he was in the bathroom, that he has done drugs for the past 2 out of 3 years that they were together. It's not a damn battery. Look at the crystals.
Now, I know some people are looking and saying, oh, this looks like a baggie with something. Look at the color of this here, the metallic color, and look at that. It's the same color, right? That's not a substance in it. those are bends. That's a different reflection.
Look at this right there. You can see the fold of the fucking battery, man.
Right. This is a battery.
It's probably got battery acid in it.
Without the plastic stuff around it. And this is the, check this out. You see the points? You see how they're burnt? You see the points? See how they're burnt? That's battery. It's got a lot of stuff there.
Oh my God.
This is why it's burnt.
That's a crock of shit if I ever seen it.
It's a lighter. It creates a...
Now, the other part of it is a lighter. Yeah, it is. It is. Hold on a second. I just thought of something. 1 second. I'll do that later. I'll do it later. Just wait 1 second.
This is why it's burnt. It's a lighter. Creates a thing there. So, is this the substance you were referring to? And I know she said here recently, like, hey, he's just turning things on himself. You know, he's making up stuff, trying to make other people look bad. I don't think that's the case. I think he's being suspicious. I have audio where she says herself that she's suspicious of Malaya, and that how the family is suspicious of each other, and that some part of the family.
Well, this is the difference, though. They're suspicious that Malaya doesn't know because they have the same exact alibi, right? Except Daniel stayed up longer, allegedly. But they were in bed together. Meadow was sleeping on Malaya's arm, all of that, right? So, yeah, they're suspicious of Malaya. Wade is suspicious of Malaya. Everyone's suspicious of Malaya. You can be suspicious. Exactly. You can be suspicious of both. I'm suspicious of both equally. Equally. I think Haley knows the difference between rugs and a battery. Yeah, I would, yeah. Mm-hmm. But you got to remember, Daniel was not allowed around Meadow. Malaya was originally allowed around Meadow. She couldn't be left alone with her, but she could be around her. Right? Now, she fucked that up, just like they seem to fuck up everything else. But Daniel, nope. Nope. The circuit board does not look the same as the one in Dee's bathroom.
Believes what Durwood says, which he believes that there's something to do with the Indian reservation, which I don't. And so my question is
Hold
if
on,
your
what?
own family, how the family is suspicious of each other, and that some part of the family believes what Durwood says, which he believes that there's something to do with the Indian reservation, which I don't. And so,
well, that's not only Durwood. That's not only Durwood. That is, hold on 1 second. Right. That is Daniel as well. right? Because one second. I love her more than anything. That will never change. Can I zoom? No, you can zoom with your finger though, if you want to see it closer. Oh shit, what'd I do? The hell did I do? Which one was it? Sorry, guys. Damn, I got so many. I'll show you this one for now. Not one person in the family speaks to bring the kids home. No one knew. It started after Meadowborn. He's saying that Malaya was depressed. She also said the kids are in the woods. Stupid me to believe that, and I searched and searched. You're putting it all on Malaya, Daniel. Stupid for me to believe it. Well, how do you know they're not in the woods? Right? They can't. Then the kids would be moved to a different location because he's saying that him and Durwood knows where the kids are. They can't. They'll be moved to a different location. Like I said, Dirtwood and Daniel, if y'all know where they are, tell the RCMP. They'll go right there. No problem. You don't have to do anything at all. But this was the narrative that you were putting out. She will go as long as she can, but will crack after her mental health is put to the test with exams. Oh my God, AB, I cannot stand him. I'm saying too much. I believe they're alive, and Malaya knows who drove them off the property. Tell me, Mother Chicken, that you and Durwood were not putting that narrative out there. You were the two that said, oh, there was a vehicle there. Malaya took the kids out there. Janie seen her. She looked like she had seen a ghost. Wasn't expecting Janie to be home. Oh, he's leaking like a sieve. Yeah. Malaya will crack soon. Yeah. He just needs that one more piece. Came on my channel, and people believed this guy at the time when he first came out. And I checked my live. I immediately called this guy out, and I got a lot of shit for it. People's like, oh, well, Justin, he's. I was the first Mother Chicken to call him out because I knew he was full of shit. Knew he was full of shit because you start asking him tough questions and he hangs up on you or will cuss you and call you every name in the book. You can't have a conversation. Again, the guy who didn't even know what a damn timeline is was one step away from finding Jack and Lily, he says. And now he says he knows where they are. He just can't, get to them. Hey, House Music. Good to see you, babe. Unbelievable. So, I'm not putting it all on Durwood either, because Daniel they were in it together. They were thick as thieves, these two, from jump. And I said this yesterday. Janie talked to Durwood, and she's like, yeah, Durwood made it make it all make sense for me. I'm like, bitch, you were the one that lived through it. He's making it sense for you? What you experienced? What the hell, lady? And Durwood calls the RCMP awful things in interviews and all that. It's just disgusting. It's just disgusting. Okay, now I want to show you this. Cindy Murray. Okay? May 2nd at 11:33 a.m. In those documents, Daniel, you said that it was suspicious that Cindy got there almost instantly after Jack and Lily vanished, right? Well, that's absolutely untrue. You too, Junkyard Janeth, because I think you'll agree with anything your son says. Well, at 11:33, she missed a call. Cindy was being honest. In the documents, she says she was out at the barn feeding something, and she missed Malaya's call, right? All of that is in the documents. I've read it, all of that. And she calls her mom, Patty, and Patty tells her that the kids are missing. Missed call at 11:33 a.m. Cindy showed this to the RCMP. And they clearly say that. Missed call at 11:33 a.m. Well, she's not even there. Remember, the kids go missing at 10 o'clock. Police are there by 10:20 something, 10:30 max. Missed a call at 11:33. Look here. Park on the side of the road. May 2nd at 12:01 p.m. I'm on the way now. Okay. At 12:08, there is a 2-minute and 51-second video call between Malaya and Cindy. May 2nd, 12:24 p.m. Send Amber Alert. Tell the police to send an Amber Alert at 12:24. At 12:24, she's still not at the house, which is two and a half hours after the kids go missing. You said kids go missing. She's there. She's right there. Another lie. Easily proven, Daniel. Junkyard Janeth. There you go. So when someone now tells you, when Daniel likes to pull this BS, pull this receipt here. Pull this receipt here. They want to cast shadows of doubt upon anybody but the ones who were there. There's you a receipt, Daniel. So again, why would Daniel say it's oddly suspicious? Wait, I might even have it here. I might even have it here. 1 second. 1 second here. Yeah, bear with me, guys. But she says, Daniel says very clearly right here, that talking about Malaya's mother. Now listen, I'll criticize Malaya's mother for not speaking about her grandchildren and all of that, but if there is a receipt, you're not going to blame her for something when there's no need and there's clearly no suspicion on her. Just like Daniel, if you would actually come up with one fucking receipt to clear you with something, right? This was Malaya said this about me, or this was said about me. Here's this receipt. Show it. I'll defend you until the cows come home. But you can't do it if you're just constantly, everyone but me. You don't like Malaya's mother. You've clearly stated that because she came in there. She talked to Malaya. She got her last granddaughter there at the house and her daughter and said, I don't know what the fuck's been going on here for the last 3 years. We've tried to pull your ass out of here before, and you canceled the U-Haul truck. You're coming with me now. I don't blame her for that, getting her out of that cracked den. I wouldn't want my daughter, regardless of what happened, I wouldn't want my daughter in that cracked den with him or any guy like him. Hey, thank you so much, Charlotte. Thank you, dear. Appreciate you very, very much. Let us all pray for a resolution for Jack and Lily. Life was unfair to them. They deserve justice. Yes. Amen, Charlotte. Thank you for centering me a little bit because I needed that. You're right. And they certainly, I think about it sometimes just being born, right? When you're born, you don't choose how you look. You don't choose what color your skin is. You don't choose your gender. You don't choose what country you're born into, the religion you're born into. You don't choose your parents, right? It is all, you can say chance, the will of God, or whatever you name it. But we can all say it's random, right? If you are born into a country where, you can live free, that is a huge blessing. Huge. Beyond your wildest dreams. And then if you have good parents, the biggest blessing or the best caregiver, right? Someone that keeps you on the straight and narrow when you're young and all of this. And then I think of people like Jack and Lily and Summer Wells, who just these little kids, kids in Africa who are just struggling every second of the day to survive. Right? It's sad. It's sad. If you, like I said, we're born into a country where you can have some free opinions and all that, and you have a good, you are so freaking blessed. You and I could have been Jack or Lily. You and I could have been Summer. And they were stiffed from the day they were born. We do need to do better worldwide. We do. But all we can do as outsiders is see something, say something, right? It has to start with us to be better humans, to be better parents. The greatest job you will ever do in your entire life is to be a good parent. There's not a perfect parent. None of us are perfect, and we will all fail countless times, right? But is to raise up children who are decent human beings, right? And that's what I think about Janie. Janie, didn't you teach Daniel to do the right thing? Even if he's wrong. You know what I mean? Thank you, Charlotte. Appreciate you very much, my dear. Christine, thank you so much, my love. Appreciate you so much, my love. Globe and Mail video 3 weeks ago, 327 to 348. I jumped in my car, did all the dirt roads, etc. Soon as I got home, 10 minutes later, I went on foot till officers got there. Lies. 10 minutes to check everywhere. Officers arrived later. Is that how he said it? I got what you mean now. No. Because he used to say, he jumped in his car, he did all the dirt roads, culverts, and all that. And then he said, I waited for the RCMP. And then other interviews, he said, by the time I got there, the RCMP was there. Regardless, Malaya called it 10:01, right? 10:01. He could not have done all of that in 10 minutes. It's just not possible, right? I think his norm now, at least his current norm is, excuse me, he jumped in his car, he did all the dirt roads and culverts, went up to water in his waist, and then he says, I got back to the house, and by the time the RCMP got there, the RCMP was there. I parked the car, and a guy came out, and he said, Martel, like he knew his last name, don't go back in the woods. And he said, so he stood there and talked to his mom by the camper for a while. And 10 minutes later or so, they said he can go into the woods. And then they were already there. Yes. Yes. And he says, so he jumps over the fence. Oh, Norbeaster, I hope you feel better, baby. Take care of yourself. Take some vitamin C if you got emergency. Had some emergency vitamin D and zinc. Feel better, honey. It's going around right now. The weather's changing. But he says by the time, or he says I jumped over the, or hopped over the fence, or jumped over the fence, and started searching again. Now, he's got to be such Superman. He has to jump or hop over the fence. He can't just, open the gate or, and go through the fence, or walk through the partially made fence. Got my flu shot today. Do you feel icky, Brandy? Is your body hurting? There is trafficking. There is trafficking. Just me in Tennessee. There's trafficking everywhere. I don't think Summer was trafficked though, at all. Mm-mm. Traffic isn't. It's not a 5-year-old girl business generally. Mm-mm. Anything is possible though. I don't think it's very probable though. Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you, Justin, and everyone. Cheers for those Huskers tomorrow. Go need some more. Go Big Red. LOL. Good night. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate you, buddy. And gotta let us know tomorrow. Let us know. Thank you, Mike. Be safe, my friend. Appreciate you. I think she had someone take the kids and can disclose them. Bio dad has criminal record as long as I am tall. Do you mean Jack and Lily's bio dad, Rachel? If you're talking about Jack and Lily's bio dad, he does not have a criminal record. That's another person that people got it wrong in the beginning. Okay. Let me finish this. Yep. So there's that little receipt right there. All right. It was another Cody. Yeah. No, Rachel. He doesn't. He doesn't. A lot of people got it confused, but he doesn't have a. It's been very much misrepresented by a lot of creators, and he doesn't. Is the biological father going to speak? No, he's not. And to be honest with you, I don't want to say I don't blame him, but this is the thing. Malaya wasn't allowed around him and Belinda and all that. And Daniel threw a fit every time. And I respect someone. I respect Belinda's son because he said, I don't want to go through this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And if you and Daniel are planning on being together, there it is. Some people is able to do that. And Cody is now in recovery. Yeah. And God bless him. Yeah, even if he had a record, it is what it is. But he really doesn't have a record like that. But he hasn't seen the kids in 3 years. And I respect a child not knowing their, not knowing their parent than the Disneyland dad or someone dragging them back and forth every weekend, not really wanting the kids, but just doing it to piss their ex off. So I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I would rather someone say, I don't want to be a parent, rather than keep those kids at the house and neglect and abuse the shit out of them like I feel Jack and Lily was. Thank you, Share. Appreciate you, darling. Honey, I've been covering it. They found her. She's alive. And they found her 2.5 miles away. She called on her phone. I haven't checked update today, but something is wrong because they said there is no suspects. Well, her house was burning down and she was missing and she was found 2.5 miles away. Her car was still there and her purse was still there. What the hell's going on? She went to the hospital. That's all I saw today. It's weird as hell.
So my question is if your own family, Haley, believes in it, why are you surprised that Daniel believes in it?
Hold on. Wait a second.
So she said here recently, like, hey, he's just turning things on himself. He's making up stuff, trying to make other people
Mama
look bad.
Angie.
I don't think that's the case. I think he's being suspicious. I have audio where she says herself that she's suspicious of Malaya.
Yeah, she does say that.
And that how the family is suspicious of each other, and that some part of the family believes what Durwood says, which he believes that there's something to do with the Indian reservation, which I don't. And so my question is if your own family, Haley, believes in it, why are you surprised that Daniel believes in it?
Well, they believe that they're both suspicious, that both of them know. You see, what I think he's missing is he's missing the part that they think that Daniel is just as fucking suspicious. Am I missing something?
You get what I'm saying?
No.
I don't know what it was, but it was definitely something that, was there and then it wasn't there after he had gone back in. And Malaya had broke down at the end of the drive.
No, Mama Angie, there is a recording of Malaya's half-sister saying that she thought Malaya was suspicious. It was in the very, very beginning. But she also thinks Daniel is suspicious. She says, what the hell was going on in this house? Because she went to Malaya and Malaya said Daniel's been smoking the mathematics for the past 2 years out of our 3-year relationship. Remember, Daniel said, tell her I want to be the Daniel under the waterfall when we first met. Well, that's the non-math smoking Daniel is what I get out of that. Yeah. Why did he not play it? Play what, Mohawk?
And had said that, he's been using meth for 2 years. So that's where that came from, where I said, like there was drugs involved. That's where that came from.
Here, listen to this.
Like that, and Malaya had broke down at the end of the driveway and had said that, he's been using meth for 2 years. So that's where that came from, where I said, like there was drugs involved. That's where that came from.
There you go.
So she doesn't really know. Malaya.
She doesn't know. She was in the bathroom. The family heard stuff going on in the bathroom. One of them went in the bathroom. They was suspicious enough to take that picture of the baggie on the hot water tank. And then that is when Malaya went out to the end of the driveway and she followed her. And she's like, what the hell's going on here? You need to come clean with me. And that's when Malaya broke down and said, that Daniel had been smoking the mathematics for 2 years. Now, Daniel, does he need the drug dealer's number? We can give him the drug dealer's number. Sonny knows it. I know it. A lot of us know it. Yeah, she said that long time ago. That was right before she did that panel.
It broke down and
I
said
might
he's
have
been
it
using
here.
meth for 2 years. Okay. I just feel I find it odd that law enforcement couldn't find evidence of him using meth, because
we don't know what law enforcement has found of him evidence of using meth or not. Generally, if they're there for missing kids, they find drugs. They don't really give a damn. They'll say that I'm not here for the drugs. They say that all the time. Number one. Number two, Daniel said, I'll give you a drug test, he says. Kelsey, good to see you, babies. Bingo. Exactly. They're not there for drugs. They're not there for drugs. I think so, AB, on this one. But number two, Daniel said, I've offered to give him a urine test. CPS, who he says was going there for the children's learning disabilities. And then he says behavioral issues. Fuck you, Daniel. That's not true. They don't come for that shit. You know that. I know that. Everyone knows that. But he said CPS didn't give him a drug test. And he said the police wasn't interested in doing a drug test. Well, if they didn't give you a drug test before your lie detector, it's null and void. You can't even take blood pressure medicines, any beta blockers, anything like that. Daniel, let's do a hair follicle. You want to? Bet you won't. Daniel, if I come to Nova Scotia, will you meet with me and we'll do a hair follicle test? You know what? I want to believe you. There's nothing wrong with being an addict, number one. Not at all, right? Addiction can happen to any of us. Happens to a lot of us. But number two, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Right? Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. So if I come to Nova Scotia, can we do a hair follicle test? You say you're going to these Narcotics Anonymous 3 times a week. You're working hard for your sobriety. And if you are working hard for your sobriety, there will be nobody that will support you in that more than I will. And I mean that. I mean that. It doesn't mean I won't give you hell for Jack and Lily, but I will support you 1,000,000,000% in your sobriety. 1,000%.
that would be a crime. And buying, selling, and
well, there's a lot of things that are crimes that an officer could see as a crime when they are on, a call, but they generally don't give a fuck about the drugs. He can get sober in prison. Yeah, that's right.
Potentially even endangering kids by having meth around are all criminal offenses. And when you look at other crimes where
Yeah. And that's why Malaya's half-sister said, well, then why the hell were Jack and Lily around this? And she didn't realize, I don't think when she said that, what she said was true, is exactly right. But she also didn't like, oh, fuck, that's my sister. Why is she allowing Jack and Lily around here?
they have investigated people who've also committed criminal offenses who weren't necessarily involved in the crime that they were investigating. They got charged. They got arrested. The one that I can point out that I think a lot of people here have watched and listened to is the Delphi case. Ron Logan was not the bridge guy, yet he went to jail because during their investigation of him, they found out that he was violating his parole. Now, that was the whole reason why.
First of all, these do not equate. And we're 5 months into this, not 7 years. Again, doesn't equate. And doesn't mean Daniel couldn't go to jail for something else.
He made up an alibi.
Now, we're also dealing with a different country and 2 different legal systems. Very similar, but still, nonetheless, 2 different legal systems. And I personally believe Canada is softer on and much more forgiving in their sentences than America.
And all this other stuff is because he was drinking and, he didn't want to go to jail. And that ended up what happening. Keegan Kline had child X-rated footage on his phone from messaging and catfishing young ladies.
I want to hear her.
A random shop or make sure that he didn't make.
I want to hear her
documents.
What I had seen, but just to clarify that, I guess, if that helps. So that question, Sunny, just to clarify, anybody can take it as they please.
Sure does seem like it.
Anybody can take it as they please. Like, I know what he said. I know what I had seen.
Exactly.
But just to clarify that, I guess, if that helps. So that question, Sunny, regarding Daniel saying that my...
Oh my God. Oh my God. We have a late one. La Dame Denord to the office, please. I fucked that up. I'm putting La Dame Denord to the office, please. You're being paged. We need a late slip for La Dame. La Dame or La Dame?
The family has the children hidden, that I'm a part of that. That is not the case. And at this point in the case, I'm focused on getting the truth and not pointing fingers at somebody else or looking for revenge toward.
But it kind of sounds like you are, not pointing the fingers at anybody else.
No, I disagree with him wholeheartedly here. She is saying it doesn't matter if it's her sister, Daniel, or both. She's not taking up for one or the other. Now, I believe he takes up for Daniel, this guy, but she's giving her bingo, Joyous. Bingo. She's giving her account, right? And she was critical of Malaya, and she was critical of Daniel. They have their license suspended because of alcohol. Who, Gary? Yeah, the leading questions. I can't with the leading questions, Mama Angie. These people that have the leading questions. Now, didn't you tell me you was at the gas station at 12:02 on Saturday? That is not how you ask a question. Where were you Saturday? What did you do Saturday? That's a question. You don't fill it in for them. Where were you Saturday? Let them fill it in. You don't want to fix it for them. You're not there to fix someone's narrative or their alibi. Where were you Saturday? Let's see if the shit changes. Right? Oh, You were at the gas station. Great. What time were you there? Question mark. What did you buy? Question mark. Right? Did you go anywhere next? Or what else did you do after that? Oh, really, Joyous? I knew I liked you guys. These people. I mean, this is the thing, and I really think content creators and true crime should do it. There are a lot of classes out there that we all can take. I've got all kinds of certificates, and some of them you can take free, some of them you can take for a little bit of money, and you can learn how crime scenes are processed, how to interview, all of that. And like, if this is what you do, like I do it. Do it. Cops are not that gullible. Cops are not gullible at all. In fact, I used to date a cop, and they believe nothing. They believe nothing. Cops are trained to be suspicious of everything. Anything you're telling them, pretty much. They're going to investigate everything. That's just it. You going to bed, Sarah? Good night, baby. Good to see you.
Else are looking for revenge. I'm not gonna lie, it kind of does.
I'll be honest with you. I even question that, Diesel.
It seemed like it, but Daniel,
just with this, like it's weird to me that he could believe Daniel. I mean, out of all people, like someone that, okay, like I said, so they checked his phone. Great. They have no service and he didn't take his phone. So what? That doesn't mean he's innocent of anything. Didn't mean nothing happened. One of my girlfriends, her husband is in the FBI in Ohio, and he'll talk to me sometimes, not about anything specific, but I'll ask him questions. And he's like, sometimes we know someone did it, but we just can't, we don't have enough right now. We don't have enough at the moment to prove to a jury that they did it. You know what I mean? So did RCMP even check GPS records on their vehicle? Doesn't sound like it. Victoria's Secret, I need to look in the documents on that. I do know they checked their phones and their Google Maps and stuff like that. I don't know if they checked their cars, but to be honest with you, I don't think the vehicle that was used came off of that property, or maybe even an ATV, right? So I'm not, and this is the thing. Let's say they, first of all, let's say they've not been named suspects, but let's say for scenario that they are involved. Well, what if they didn't take their phone? Right? Well, that's not going to help. What if, they check their bank account, they don't have any money, and they were using Malaya's grandma's card for everything that they bought because they had no money, and had supposedly allegedly defrauded the government. And number three, let's say that they used an old car, or someone else's car, close by, family members, an uncle's, a father's, a brother's, and then, or they used a four-wheeler. Well, they can check all of Daniel and Malaya's shit, and that doesn't mean, does that mean they didn't do it? Well, I checked your phone. Your phone's clear. Well, because I left it home. I checked your vehicle. Well, it's because I used someone else's. Right? I checked your bank account. I'm fucking broke. I use my girlfriend's grandma's for everything. Patty's bank card, yeah. Does that still mean you're innocent? Hell no. It makes it harder to prove. Makes it harder to prove. What did Pickle Toes grandma say? What she need? Where's Pickle Toes? I don't see a Pickle Toes. Okay. Came in this so late. I was literally the first. My OGs will know. I was the first one on this case. Creator, promise you. Within 2 or 3 hours of them going missing, I was on this case because one of my viewers lives locally there, and she said, Justin, it's only been 2 or 3 hours and these kids have just went missing. She sent me everything that she knew and we talked about it, and she said people are already saying something's wrong. Daniel wants to appear to be cooperative rather than actually be cooperative. Yeah. It's about perception. Yep, Deborah. Why aren't they all crying though?
It does seem the same way. I'm not gonna lie either. Daniel's pissed off that she said all these things about him doing drugs and stuff. So for both of you guys, it looks like you guys are just pissed off at each other.
Daniel doesn't have a shred of credibility left. Like, if anyone believes that man, I don't know what to tell him. Like, because he makes an excuse for everything for Daniel. He says he follows the evidence. Well, I mean, you listen to the words.
And I do think that both of you guys feel that you have evidence to believe a certain thing happened.
They saw,
like I told Derwood too. I was like, hey, I understand.
Okay. Malaya's sister saw it. First she heard it, then she saw it, then she took a picture of it, and then Malaya went outside a little bit later and she was upset, and that's when her sister did all that. So they lived it.
Why you think what you think, you're looking at her actions and her beliefs. I don't buy it. I don't. There's a lot more questions there, that happen, and the answers for those questions.
What's that, Cheryl? Tell me. Go ahead.
When you deduce it or you try to break it down logically, are just kind of wild and out there. So I don't buy it, but I understand why you do. I understand why people, suspect Daniel too, and I don't fault them for that. I just would like the constant crap to stop on my channel too.
Somebody, and
oh
that's
really,
what
Mommy?
I feel like Daniel's
Wow.
motive is to just take all of the heat off him and his side of the family and swing it a different direction.
Not only is that Daniel's MO, that is exactly what he said on last night's interview. You know, they're looking at the wrong place. I've given names. Look at those. Not only did he say that, I just showed you text earlier about Daniel saying, there people on the internet aren't looking at me now. It's all on Malaya.
I don't think it's Daniel that's taking the heat off of him. I mean, at least not from my point of view. For me, the reason why
Daniel tries to take the heat off of him, but he just digs himself further. Right. He just digs himself further. That's all he does. I think so, maybe. When I talked to Durwood. Hey, Peas, good to see you, babe.
I'm not pushing him harder or anything like that, which means I haven't, and I guess hard, and I'm going to say harder because when I first started talking to him, I was skeptical. I was, not just, and I still don't. And like I've told them, and I've told y'all, and I've told Janie, and I've told Daniel, it's not what you guys tell me that make me believe that you guys aren't involved. I believe you guys aren't involved because of what RCMP is putting out there. And because of what RCMP is putting out there, makes you guys more believable.
RCMP don't put shit out until someone's got cuffs on. Okay? That's just it.
To me as well. And so it's kind of a little bit of a circle, but if RCMP was like, nah, we suspect them, this, that, and the third, I probably would be on board with what they were going with there at that point too. So
every interview is beneficial. Absolutely.
As we all know, he's always come.
Absolutely. I am extremely grateful for the interview that he did with Daniel because we learned a lot more bullshit from Daniel.
Out with something new, like even the latest talks that he did with the DT show. There's information on there that he said that is not in the documents.
The documents are heavily redacted on what Daniel said.
New redactions are coming out this week. Diamond, Justin, or chat, does anyone remember what time Janie called Justin to bring the ATV? What did he already know? And when did he already know that the kids were missing? I had thought I had heard DM say he called his brother that morning. I have no idea what time he called Justin. And they did not. They said all options are on the table. How long did it take for Dylan Redwine? 8 years? Yeah. They're not going to say who their suspects are until they're ready to press charges. I've got all the papers, and it
for one, and two,
didn't say anything.
I think the documents that were released to Daniel,
in fact,
that
Mama Angie, today a new interview came out, and it was a retired RCMP, and he's free to talk now, right? And he said, there's no way this isn't criminal. There's no way. If I find that, Diamonds, I'll let you know, darling. What do you mean, Rachel? I don't. Why he doesn't work, Pearls? What do you mean? Who doesn't work? Watch Adam Rogers, NS lawyer, dispersing the fogs lately episode. If you, to the fog. A lot of people don't. A lot of people are very critical of the RCMP, especially what happened that debacle a few years ago. If you just rewind maybe 2 hours, I got it here. In my opinion, I think Daniel put rugs in Lilly yogurt cup. I don't think it was in. I don't think it was. I think if my opinion, if people were unalived, it was in the heat of passion, so they call it. Did we get 1,000 thumbs up, L. Kennedy? Nothing makes me believe you're following this case.
He sent to me. I'll put it out there. He got about probably a couple hundred of 500 documents. So there was a couple hundred missing from there as well. That law enforcement or however however he got them, he didn't get them from that. They didn't get that. So all of the documents haven't been released. And what was released, especially when it referred to Malaya, and I had kind of broken this down when we looked through the documents.
I think it's very possible with that rugs were involved, but I do think rage can set in very easily, especially if there is rugs already involved, especially if there is alleged abuse and bruises and care not being taken care of. Malaya's just got her a new car. She clearly wanted out of the relationship. You can sense these things when your partner wants out of a relationship. And psychosis. I showed you guys talking about this case where a guy and a woman, they were together. The guy was doing math. He wanted everyone to be quiet because he got paranoid, and he unalived his 2 kids because he thought the cops were coming. I've got another case I can pull up right now from Flint, Michigan. 38-year-old man used a machete to unalive a child on the math because he was paranoid. It happens. It happens. The rugs that people get nowadays, they have no idea what's in it. Which brother's house was visited today? I don't know what you mean, just me.
What was redacted had to do with other people and personal information, but it also had to do with unfounded information.
No. A lot of it that you can tell is redacted, in my opinion, is times. Times is very important. There is some names that are redacted as well, but in my opinion, there is a lot of redacted specifics, times, and stuff like that. I think that they forgot to redact the time where Janie said 8:30-ish, something like that. Don't quote me on it. Was 8 something, where she thought the kids went missing around 8 or 8:30, and she was questioning the timeline. They forgot to redact that. All the other times except their timeline, they kept those times in.
And I believed, and even Daniel told me, he's like, hey, all the stuff that I told him about Malaya, they redacted it. And when I went in through it and I read it and I started reading when he was talking about their relationship, it talked a little bit about their relationship, and then it started to get heavily redacted. So there's no way to know exactly what it is that he told law enforcement, but I mean, he's putting it out there, whether it was, you know, on my channel or
I think it was a slip, Mama Angie. I have done so many FOIAs. We call them FOIAs, Freedom of Information Act in America. And I have done so many FOIAs where, especially a clerk in the office, they're supposed to go through them and redact potential information. Most of the time they don't. When I first started YouTube, I made a blunder boo-boo. It was one of the first FOIAs I'd ever shown. And I put it up on the screen, and it had someone's information right up there. I felt horrible. I took it down and I contacted the person. I immensely apologized. But a lot of times they get lazy and they're supposed to redact the sensitive information. Social security numbers, all of that. That's what they're supposed to do. Now, we should always double check it. And that's where I messed up when I was first starting. But for instance, Michael Joseph Vaughn, who is from Fruitland, Idaho, 5-year-old boy. I'm extremely good friends with the family. His case, we have 4 suspects. They're out, walking the street. Most of them are not been convicted in his kidnapping and unaliving. This is one of the very, very rare cases that someone abducts, kidnaps, and unalives a child. 4 of them. And I did a FOIA on it. I had one of the suspects on my panel. And his name is Stacy Wandra. I knew he had gotten in a prison fight. And I FOIA'd that prison fight. Sometimes when you request one thing, they'll just give you the entire case file. Especially, a clerk that doesn't know what the hell they're doing, or is lazy, or whatever. They don't want time to look through it. They just push it all to you. You look through it. And I got Stacy Wandra's confession that had never been seen by anyone. And I opened the FOIA and I saw the video and I flipped fuck out. I was like, I called Fruitland immediately and I was like, I don't think you were supposed to give me this. And they were like, oh yeah. So they said, well, it's too late now. You have it. And I said, well, I'm not putting it out. So just calm down. I'm not putting it out. And I called Brandy, the mother of Michael Vaughn. And I said, Brandy, I need to tell you something. And I told her, I said, I requested a file on Stacy Wandra, a video. and they sent me a lot more than I cared to know, because Michael's story, it's an awful one, and Brandy is like family to me. I love that family. They have been through so much. And when I called Brandy and I said I requested this file on Stacy Wander of a prison fight, and I got his confession. And this is whenever they were digging up a yard looking for Michael Vaughn's body. And she's like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I said, I already called Fruitland, but I wanted to tell you. And I sent her the file and I said, here you go. You know, you're his mother. I can't tell you not to watch it. I can't tell you to watch it, but I tell you that it's really, really graphic. And I sat on that for a year. And a year later, one morning I woke up and it was out. And I was the only mother chicken. Me and Brandy was the only two that had this. Only two. And Brandy had given it out to another creator who's been heavy on the Michael Vaughn case. And put it out because she was frustrated because the prosecutors, and it got things moving again. And that's how I got that. And so sometimes they give you a lot of stuff you don't really want, but it went all over the news. I had people asking, interviews and all that, and it was crazy. So if you ever do a FOIA, you might get more than you bargained for. It's happened a lot, but not like that for me
or whatnot. But he put it out there, and I strongly suspect that the stuff that he was putting, because it wasn't.
Cody did none alive them. Cody had nothing to do with it, not one single ounce at all.
Founded, because again, I don't really believe that Malaya did something like this, but I think that law enforcement have come forward and they said they cleared her too. She was just as cooperative, turned over her phone, took a lie to.
Oh yeah. I could have put that out immediately, Deborah. Like, I could have just put it out. They said there's nothing we can do about it. We gave it to you, and I did it the lawful and legal way. But she's like, that's what the Fruitland said. They said, well, there's nothing we can do now. And I said, well, I'm not putting it out. And they thought I was going to put it out. Brandy talked to them. They're like, he's going to put it out. And there's no way in hell I would do that, because Brandy, like, the case means way too much for me, number one. Number two, I would never want to hurt something like that. I want Michael's case to be solved, right?
Detector test willingly, the whole 9 yards. And so, if they went through that and they were able to clear her, and eliminate her as a suspect,
yeah,
I'm not going to try to turn her into more of a victim either. You know what I mean? But when she goes on to say that, he came out on the channel and said some things, he was with law enforcement for 4 hours on one of his interrogations. I'm pretty sure he told them a lot more than he even told me.
Actually, I've got a text message from Mr. Mathtel, who said he has spent over 100 hours with RCMP. In fact, here it is. thing with Daniel is he's always talking. No, I try to provide anything I can to them, and in turn, I do get information and regular updates on the investigation, but I'm limited to what they can tell me. But I have almost 100 hours face to face with them, but they do work hard, rather. I've seen notebooks on notebooks filled. I provide, fuck, I can't see the rest. Hold on. Okay. Provide people to interview. That's right. Daniel says he provides. Thank you, Debbie. Daniel says he provides who they should be interviewing. And he's the math tell in charge, right? Let's see here. Shared with me some of the wacky ones. I put total faith in them. I've met so many of them. I think one big break is need to capitalize on the case, but hard to question, to answer. I'm led to think involvement was by someone that was known to the kids, hence no abduction. He thinks because someone might have known Jack or Lily that it wouldn't be considered an abduction. Mathtel, there's a thing called parental abduction or familiar abduction. It's still an abduction. There's a thing called stranger abduction. Daniel and Malaya, after they said they were out in the woods, they immediately, after they didn't find anything in the woods, and they started immediately pushing toward that there was this abduction. You know, check the borders, check this. Malaya is asking for Amber Alerts, all of this. RCMP, one thing that they was always clear on, this is not an abduction. No evidence of that. An abduction, a kidnapping, interchangeable. So it's very interesting. So, and relative. RCMP also believes the same because the statement was released by them. Daniel, it was never released that they think someone has Jack or Lily, that someone close outside of you guys could have had them, and they never released a statement even remotely like that. Every inch was checked and checked again. By end of first day one, $1 million spent. Again, deflection has nothing to do with it. Your kid goes missing, spend $1 trillion. Tell them, you would tell them, I don't give a fuck how much it costs. As long as you find my kid. Find my kid. Right? Who's that, Gary? I believe the blanket rules out abduction too. Daniel now concurs that he says that RCMP has told him that the blanket was planted. I find that fascinating. I talked about that blanket for 2 weeks straight because RCMP would not acknowledge that blanket. And they have someone that is just for social media that watches us. And after I kept talking about the blanket for 2 weeks, I kept saying, RCMP won't acknowledge that blanket. Listen to the reporter. The reporter says, we asked about a blanket, but RCMP wouldn't tell us anything about a blanket. And I started talking about how did that blanket get 1 kilometer away and all that. And then 2 weeks later, they acknowledged that blanket. They acknowledged it. It's the first time they acknowledge it. Now they speak about it regularly. But regardless, Daniel's talking about $1 million spent on the first day. How does he know how much they spent on the first day? Daniel, you can't even deal with your own finances. What are you talking about? How do you know? What's wrong, Marie? Okay, it's fine, no worries. What's wrong? Thank you, Suzanne. Appreciate you, my dear. Good to see you, love. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, love. Good to see you. Really do appreciate you. Daniel thinks he's one of the boys. He so wants to be. We both woke at the same time and proceeded outside. Malaya was up beforehand, hence the kids being marked absent. Yes, Daniel, that was hours. 6 and 6:15 is different from 9:30, 10 o'clock, all of that. And that's true as well. And that's one thing that has just baffled me, Mohawk. RCMP did not collect the blanket at the home until May 4th. It was like 9-something at night. And by that time, Daniel and Justin had already poked around in the blanket the day before. Right? Daniel wants you to know, I want people to always remember I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart. No one will other than me. Talk about some fucking arrogance. Mr. Mathtel, there was over 160 strangers who didn't know you, Malaya, Jack, or Lily from Adam, had no idea. They did it out of the kindness of their heart. You did it because you think it's trying to save your ass. That's hints, like you like to say, Daniel, hints the difference. There you go. No, Teresa, these are old text from Daniel. Old text. Which is very, very fun to go back on. He wants you to know that he could have fallen and slipped on a rock. Right? Let me see here. One second. First thing Malaya said to her mom when okay, remember we were talking about the mom earlier. When she arrived, was told you, mom, the kids were autistic. not mom, the kids are gone or missing. Now, Daniel, which I proved on this live stream, if you've been with me for the last hour, we've been watching. Daniel and Janie flat out lied when they said that Malaya's mom came like before the RCMP, like as soon as the kids went missing, Malaya's mom's there. And I just showed Malaya's text with her mom. What's her name? And showed that it was over 2.5 hours before Malaya's mom arrived, because they wanted it to look bad on Malaya's mom, like they were planning something. Totally proved it. Totally proved it.
Find out what happened to Jack and Lily and get answers. So, Belinda, with that being said, I'll let you talk now, so you can say hey to everyone on this one. And again, just go ahead and say whatever you'd like at the start. Talk about, you said about your son there, Cody, and you wanted to get that off the plate. So we'll start with that as well, okay? But thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. I'm Belinda. I am Lily and Jack's grandmother. Cody Sullivan is my son. There's been a lot of rumors, speculation, and talk concerning my son, and I really do want to clear that up because it has nothing to do with Jack and Lily finding them or what happened to them. My son has been living here for 11 months now. I keep getting stuck on 9, but it's been 11 months now. And he does not have a criminal record whatsoever. He has never been out west. And he has had nothing to do with the children for 3 years. Him and Malaya were together for 3.5 years. Their relationship went downhill really fast after Jack was born. Malaya told me that she was not happy. She definitely wanted out of the relationship. And we supported her 100%. My son, I don't know if it was the pressures of trying to support a family. I'm not sure what happened, but he started drinking a lot, started doing the drugs, and in the end, he just didn't care. And she got tired of it and left. She went to court for full custody.
Sorry, I knocked myself off of there. I knocked myself off of there. I was trying to give credit.
And he was paying child support right up until 11 months ago now, when he lost his job, lost his apartment, and lost his vehicle, and that's why he's home.
So he was paying child support up until the last 11 months. Right. Malaya wanted to make it seem like because one of the first things she said to her mom, and Daniel is right about that part. Malaya, one of the first things she said to her mom when she came was, I told you, Mom, I'm muted. I'm not muted. That they are autistic. And I still don't understand why Malaya. I don't know if it was because of, was it a reason that she thought, to give that, oh, this is why they ran away, or was it, or whatever. So that money disappeared as well. And I mean, think about that. She was getting Malaya and Daniel, right? Daniel was working. Think about this. Daniel was working. Malaya was getting, they were getting their check from the government, right? And then she got extra because I forget what the hell it was. They get a lot of extra money. It's like, Canadians, can you tell me how much? I forget how much she got. It's like a welfare kind of thing. All that. And she supposedly was claiming more kids to get money, welfare and family allowance. And Daniel was working, but he also got unemployment if they worked 1 day a week while they were put down. But they had an electric bill. They had an electric bill. That's it. That's all the bill that they had. They were never diagnosed with autism. No. But Daniel said the reason CPS came was because he said it was before. He said something before. He said it was behavioral, but before that he said it was, I can't remember what it was. I said it earlier. The thought that Jack or Lily calling him dad gives me the chills. I don't think they called him dad. Learning disabilities. Yes, that's what it was. Learning disabilities. Hey, Cooley Ray. Good to see you. I love your name.
Now that we have that out of the way, does it suck? Yes, it does. I make no excuses for him, but he is my son and I love him with all my heart. And that's what I want to say.
Belinda is like a lot of people of her generation. My mama was like this. You, whether it's your son-in-law or your daughter-in-law and your son or your daughter, whoever, you just don't get in their relationship, right? Especially if you have kids together, you support them both, whether they're together or not, right? As long as you like them both and they're decent people, you'll support them even after the relationship, right? And Belinda just did not get involved in that stuff, and good for her. Family allowance is a child credit, yeah.
Say about him. Now I want to know why everybody seems to be talking about everybody else, and I find Lily and Jack are getting lost in the background.
This case is to find out what happened to Jack and Lily and get answers. So Belinda, with that being said, I'll let you talk now so you can say hey to everyone on this one. And again, just go ahead and say whatever you like at the start. Talk about, you said about your son there, Cody, and you wanted to get that off the plate. So we'll start with that as well, okay? But thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
I'm Belinda.
Yep. That's what they, that's what I've heard. and all of that. That's what has allegedly been said as well, that Malaya had put Daniels on there, and he couldn't file taxes now. Hello, Magic Star. Good to see you, honey. Yeah, I'm telling you, Canada. So in Canada, you have a much bigger social net. They treat the poor and the middle class better than we do here. But here, you don't pay as much taxes, and you can make more money and pay less taxes here. So, but Canada, like, if you don't have money, like, they give you money. It's crazy. Like, they give you a lot of different things there. I was really surprised. But you're going to pay 40% in taxes. So, they both have their pros and cons. Because I was looking it up one day. I was like, what's the advantages versus the disadvantages in living in the United States versus Canada, and Canada versus the United States? I was looking at both. And it was like, the social net is so much better in Canada. But, if you do make money, you're going to pay a shit ton of taxes. My daughter has 3 kids, 6, 7, and 13. She gets $23.50 per month CTB. Yeah, Teresa, that's Canada. I know, because that's on America, probably. Right. They basically take your money and give it back to us. Yeah. In a sense, yeah. Which they kind of do that here as well. I mean, with like the poor and some of the middle class, they get a tax. Like, the poor, they get all their taxes back almost. And if you have kids, you get a child credit per kid. Provincial taxes and federal taxes are good in services, gas. But that's same here, though, right? We have state taxes, like we have like sales tax. Like, if you go to any store, each state you're going to pay differently. Like here, I think we pay 7% in taxes on like the total bill. But I was just in Tennessee, and the taxes is like 9 or 10%. I was like, fuck. But they don't have, I think it's personal property taxes or something like that. TELL. Yeah, 1/3 a year. See, here in America, we lose about 33% of about 33. This depends who's in power. But like, fuel has a huge tax on it anywhere you go, really. But if you go, you want a place that has taxes, France. Why would anyone do business in France? I have no idea. It's like you pay more taxes than you get. PA is 6%, but not on clothes. We don't pay taxes. We used to pay taxes on food until a few years ago. Now you just pay taxes on junk food. My property taxes is $3,000 a year. That's not terrible. 50%. 50% taxes? That's insanity. Why? I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous for the government to get half of everything. That's ridiculous. My cousin is probably watching me right now. He works for the IRS in Texas. Hey, Andrew. I'm always bitching at him anyways. Justin, it's to take from the rich and support the poor, but barely. Well, I don't know if I believe that. But you see, here in America, the rich don't pay shit. They don't pay shit in taxes. We pay a higher freaking rate than they do because everything they find a loophole for. Everything they find a loophole. Loophole for fucking everything. Right? It really pisses me off. Yeah, because 50% you would be in the highest tax bracket. I don't care. I don't think billionaires should pay 50% in taxes. I don't care who you are. Nobody should pay 50% in taxes. Nobody. It's not called Section 8 housing. It's called low-income housing or geared. 2-bedroom apartment here in my small town of 8,500 is $2,000 a month. Where you at, Teresa? You don't got to tell me if you don't want, but I mean, you go look. I implore people to do it. Type in, richest people in America and check how much taxes they paid. My mortgage is $500 a month. That's really good. I pay $1,800 for a 2-bedroom plus. My brother is the captain for Virgin. Boat or air, Shannon? Pays 42 cents out of the dollar. I really don't think taxes should be more than 20%. $25 max. I mean, a quarter of everything you work for. And that's just federal, right? Not talking about state, local taxes, all of that shit. I'm grandfathered in, been here long before the crazy market jump. It is, Zach. I just found Justin Martell owns or operates an excavation service with tractors. Where does he work? I thought I knew where he worked. No food stamps. We have SNAP. Yeah. But honestly, the problem I have, I believe every one of us, unless you're just filthy rich and you were born into wealth, has a hard time. There have been times in my life where it was either buy a $1 menu burger or ride the bus to get to work in my life. I'm not ashamed to say that. You know, and like, if you need something at that time, get it, right? Get it. But it seems like they punish people for trying to get ahead. You know what I mean? Like, if you go to work and you start trying to earn a little bit of money, just trying to get a little bit ahead, they cut off, the person's Medicaid or their Medicare, or their food stamps. So some people, their health insurance is everything to them. So they can't go to work because they'll cut it off. You know what I mean? It's very weird to me. SNAP is the new food stamps. Well, I was raised by my grandmother, and we were poor. Everything we had, we took really excellent care of, though. And I remember the food stamps as a kid. They came in a book. They came in a green envelope. They came in a green envelope, and they came in a book, and I remember the smell of them. That was a long time ago. We have food banks here and soup kitchens, but I've not heard of SNAP. Change names to diminish stigma. It's kind of like monopoly money. Yeah. 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 My opinion, RCMP need to crack down harder on Daniel and Malia. Shannon, I agree. I think that I feel like they're just soft with them. But the RCMP changed the way that they interrogate, right? In 2017, they stopped kind of using the, I would call it the American method. I can't think of the name. I say it all the time. The Reed technique, sorry, which is the most common way to interview in America, is the Reed technique. And they stopped using that because it is accusatory. And it is true. You get more false confessions. I mean, it's rare, but you do get more false confessions. But, and that's the downside of it. But also, if you're not going to, someone you think's got a good chance of doing something, what is it? Hold on. Oh, wow. I have not heard of this case. I'm sorry, I'm looking at a couple of texts. Why am I got this banner up still? Look at this. Have y'all heard of this? Lottery win turns tragic. Joshua, I can't pronounce his last name, still missing. Joshua Francis Saul Tiburo, is that how you pronounce it? 25, disappeared shortly after winning $1 million lottery prize in Alberta. Police say the investigation is ongoing Anyone with information is asked to call Crime Stoppers. Oh, we're going to get on that tomorrow. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, they can let El Kennedy. Can you imagine you just won $1 million and someone around you? That's bad. Maybe he's hiding from everyone. Janet, right? I would go missing if I won the lottery. Yes, it did. What was his name, Sassy? He was like a black Jamaican guy. Gotcha. But yeah, he wasn't, he had like a learning disability, and these people took very bad advantage. It's on the tip of my tongue, his name. Mods, will y'all drop my email and my phone number, please? Okay. Someone said they text me, but maybe I need to refresh. Someone said I need to listen to something. Let me check this. 30-minute timestamp. 1 second. Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. Hold on. Kata Scott. Missing. Oh, wow. Hold on. Something's coming up here. Okay. You guys remember Kata Scott the other day?
On CBS News Philadelphia, new evidence in the search for a missing woman in Philadelphia leads police to Aubrey Arboretum. Right now, they're combing through the area for any signs of 23-year-old Kata Scott. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jim Donovan. Police have been very concerned about this missing 23-year-old woman. She was being harassed online ahead of her disappearance. She was last seen leaving work Saturday at an assisted living facility called The Terrace at Chestnut Hill. Right now, police are about 3 miles away at Aubrey Arboretum in East Germantown. CBS News Philadelphia investigative reporter Joe Holden is live at the scene. So, Joe, I know you've been talking to your sources all morning long. What have you learned?
Well, Jim, you know what? Troubling to say that police are now very much considering the aspect of foul play as their investigation is now center stage in Aubrey Arboretum, which is behind me. Let's focus on Ardley Street first. It is shut down at Washington Lane, where there is a massive law enforcement presence. In fact, you see buses and vans behind me. That signals all of the Philadelphia police recruits who have showed up to this area to do what is known as a grid search. If we go further down the intersection here, Nate is my photographer, and you see officers and recruits coming out from the tape line there. They have concluded their grid search in this part. They are looking for what a deputy commissioner described as any evidence that can assist them.
They've had to see her or something take place there.
In this investigation for that 23-year-old missing woman, Kata Scott. Now, this is a 55-acre property, so there is a lot of work to do. Police would not tell me if they've interviewed any persons of interest in Kata's disappearance. Now, we see Kata on your screen there. She was last seen a week ago tomorrow night, shortly after arriving for her shift at an assisted living facility in Chestnut Hill. She was at work for a brief period of time, and that's it. That's the last trace of her, according to police. Her workplace 3 miles from where this search is underway right now. Police wouldn't say how long their investigation may take here. They did locate some clothes, but police have not made any definitive conclusions if they're connected to the investigation.
Clothes? Oh my God.
Earlier this week, police said Kata Scott had been harassed by someone. I asked police if they've been able to identify who that person may be. A deputy commissioner said he wouldn't comment on any possible interviews the department has conducted. Let's go and hear now from Deputy Commissioner Frank Venor.
23-year-old who, is a social media person, as we hear. She disappeared off social media, so it's concerning. Any young people today, they can't live without having a phone in their hand. So that's a concern. You left her car behind. It's certainly something that's not usual of somebody who's missing voluntarily.
Just moments ago, those recruits from the Philadelphia Police Department came right up to this fence line. It is unclear if they can technically say the area is cleared. We're going to have to check in with our sources. I also spoke to Kata's mom just yesterday. She was...
Tina, this was an upper class neighborhood in Philly, and she just lived 1.2 miles away. She went like 0.2 miles, hang a right, and went a mile, and it's right there where she worked. She clocked in, left shortly after she clocked in, disappeared. Now, I was doing a live the other night. A friend of the family came in and said that they were concerned about possibly an ex, but she had supposedly been getting strange calls by individual or individuals days prior. So much, she was worried about it so much so she told some of her friends.
Providing me information on numerous searches and tips that police had been sharing with her. I reached out a short time ago, and I'm waiting to hear back on what information she may have. Of course, a very, very difficult situation for the family as well as for the neighbors. They are very concerned, and they're very much aware of this investigation. They've watched the news. They are alert and aware that this investigation and search for this missing woman is playing out, and it has now come literally to their doorsteps. So we'll continue to check with our sources, and we'll monitor this breaking story all day long. For now, live in East Germantown, this is Joe Holden, CBS News, Philadelphia. Jim?
Thank you, Joe. We know you'll stay on top of the story. Appreciate it.
Wow. Wow, guys. That's not good. Not good at all. So what I'm going to do, I have been on here almost 5 hours. This is the longest live I've done in a long time. But it's Friday. I don't got to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Thank God. Turn this music down. So guys, if you have anything you want to share with me, whether it's a tip on Jack and Lily's case, a tip on what's going on with Kata, anything in any other case, you want me to look at a case, send it to me. Thank you, Mom of an Angel. Love to see you too, honey. Send it to me. My number is right there, 307-228-4906. It will be considered 1 billion, I can't stress that enough, % anonymous. I never leak my sources, ever. That is one thing I take great pride in. never leak my sources. My mods can tell you, people that's been here a long time can tell you, I never, ever, ever leak my sources. Not to my mods, not to anybody. Or you can email me at alljustice, the number 4, the letter U, at gmail.com. So yeah, I'm going to do some, after this, I'm going to do some studying on CADA, what's going on there. And I'm going to look at this gentleman with the lottery in Canada. Elle Kennedy, she was she did a cameo appearance the other night. She was all up in here the other night, knocking my lights over and everything. Yeah. If it's nice this weekend, I might take her to the playground and go live with her. We'll see. I need to start recording her more. She has a whole channel. I have just been so much into true crime. 19 missing, an explosion in Tennessee. Where, Linda? Two hours ago. Shit, I can't play that. CBS, ABC. Hold on.
Let's go.
A facility that specializes in making military explosives like C4 and TNT exploded. The blast was felt as far as 15 miles away. What? Mohawk, Alberta. Joshua Francis, common spelling, Saulteaux, 25. Hold on. Most devastating I've ever seen in my career. Southwest of Nashville. System is located about an hour southwest of Nashville. Said the building on site was completely destroyed. It doesn't even look like a building was there. Holy shit, look at the difference. Look at that. Before, there's not even pavement there any longer. It's bad. It's bad when the pavement's gone. Wow. It was an explosive company, yeah. You don't even see debris around there. Let me look at this. I think it's Hickman County, Tennessee. That is absolutely insane.
Confirmed that we do have 19 souls. That we're looking for. It's probably been one of the most devastating
I would say for sure
situations that I've been on in my career.
The explosion was reported Friday morning at the plant about 60 miles west of Nashville. You can tell that was a car. The plant was operated by Acute Energetic Systems, a manufacturer of explosives. Gotta mute this. There's a pole left there. They're gonna be just DNA. AES family. Where was this? On Friday. Let's go to Google Earth. You got me down a rabbit hole now. Why do you do this to me? Okay, let me see this. I want to see what it looked like before. I mean, we've seen it, but I want to see more. AEI. AEI. Is that what it's called? AEI? AEI explosives, maybe? AEI. Tennessee. Based in Hold on. Listen to the explosion. Watch this. Holy shit. You could see, like, what's this area here? I'm surprised there wasn't like a sonic. You guys, several years ago, it was in another country, but it was by a port, and it was firecrackers. You guys remember that? Firecrackers? And it was like a plant or a ship or something. And you could, like, people were getting married. You could see, like, the air blow back. It looked like a sonic boom. I don't know how far away it is. Hold on. Let's see if we can find this. 1 second. What is this place called? Tennessee blast shakes homes.
Homes shake. The plant with capital murder, assault in the first degree, and assault in the second degree.
Video by Cody Warren. Wow, hold on. Tennessee. What's it called? AES? Energetic Products, AES. AEI? Mohawk, what's it called? AES? Someone said AEI earlier. Let me see what y'all say. Oh, my comments. AES. Okay. AES, Tennessee. Cam. Check this out. 1 second. I was trying to see more cameras. Here's another one.
Reason nightclub bouncers make such great diet coaches.
I just want to get an ice cream sandwich.
That
Camera's like, what the fuck? Watch this. I found it. They're never going to find out what happened. There ain't nothing left. They were killed instantly. That's $19 still missing. There's nobody survived, did they? 4 people believed to got out. How? How did they get out? Suzanne, I don't know if I said thank you for that, but if I didn't, thank you, honey. Appreciate you. 19 still missing. The blast leveled buildings, scattered debris for half of a mile, and shook nearby towns. A death toll has not been released. The cause of death is under investigation. We had an explosion here in like 2008. It was something to do with like propane tanks. Shit, what? Look at this.
Our first alert live radar and then scans the sky. That plume of smoke when that explosion happened, I mean, it went so high, it was such a large explosion that our radar.
Was this guy like...
How massive this explosion was, the damage that it caused, you know. I'm gonna keep an eye on...
I don't know what the fuck that is.
powerful explosion ripped through a central Tennessee ammunition plant today, killing and injuring multiple people, authorities say. You can tell by looking that the entire building is gone. It's just gone. At this point, there are 19 people reported missing after this devastating blast at the Accurate Energetics Systems plant. And this is about 60 miles northwest of Nashville. And the sheriff and authorities have something to remind all people who are covering this story.
We're trying to confirm that every family's been notified. And we've got 110% have got to make sure that that's happened. The Sheriff Kraft and I have even said if there's somebody we can't get a hold of, we're going to send officers and along with Accurate Energetic staff to make sure that we go out and find that. So, excuse me, we're trying everything we can do to take care of the people. And putting things out here, we had some early pictures that was released, and man, I'm just asking you to be mindful of these families. This is a huge ordeal. It's a very...
Please don't put pictures out of the families, like the decedents, like
devastating ordeal. And I'm not talking about devastating on the scene. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about devastating in the fact of a loved one that just come to work and now may be missing or deceased. So please keep that in mind.
Thanks, Amanda, baby.
When you're having or doing these stories. These stories, we often find ways that we try to turn things into.
For being here, Amanda.
This is a bad situation. This is a negative situation. But there's no reason for us to take the downward spiral or the downward side of this story when it comes to these families. So I'm all about that.
This is breaking news.
Munitions plant near the Hickman-Humphreys County line.
That is just absolutely gone. Look at this. Look how it's back there. I mean, luckily, there's not a lot of neighbors there, but can you imagine just the neighbors? My God, hearing left, probably. My goodness gracious.
Una explosión devastadora en una fábrica de explosivos en el interior de Tennessee. Las autoridades confirman muertes y los equipos siguen en el lugar. La explosión ocurrió alrededor de las 7:45 de la mañana.
That's fake ass video.
News. A huge explosion hit the Accurate Energetic Systems plant in Tennessee this morning. AES manufactures and stores explosives. Breaking news. A huge explosion hit the Accurate Energetic Systems plant in Tennessee this morning. AES manufactures and stores explosives used for military and commercial jobs, so it makes the blast especially dangerous. At least 19 people are missing and feared dead. Several others were hospitalized. Now, they're still working to determine the cause, but some say there may have been a malfunction inside the plant's production line causing this. So expect more updates as federal and state agencies continue the search and families in nearby communities wait for answers. Breaking news. A huge explosion hit the Accurate Energetic Systems plant in Tennessee this morning. AES manufactures...
Someone sent me this just now. Look at this. One second. And I will show you. Before and after. I can't play ABC. ABC will take me down if I do. Oh, is this real? Oh, let's look at this. People make so many fake videos now. It's crazy. Happened. Plant leveled. Look at that dumpster folded like a tin can. I mean, they built explosives. I wonder if it was like manufacturing. Look at that right there. It made a whole cloud. And see that guy? So I guess that is true. The weather, it shook him wherever he was. Thought it was having an earthquake. You'll see a little. It showed up on the radar. Damn. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. What in the world is coming to? I'm telling you. Okay, I want to see this right here. 1 second. And then I gotta go. I'm telling you.
There was such a tragedy with our neighbors in Bucksnort, Tennessee. It's kind of in the Hickman-Humphreys County line. But there was this explosion at a called Accurate Energetic Systems, AES is what most people call it. And it's where they make, military weapons and explosives, for like construction and stuff like that. Anyways, it happened early this morning, and you could feel the explosion, they said, at least 20 miles away. And as of now, there's like 19 unaccounted for and very much presumed deceased. So keep them in prayers, keep the community in prayer, because it's a small town. It's a very small town, and so everybody kind of knows everybody, and it's just a devastating loss. Here's a few pictures, but y'all pray for them.
Yeah, it was probably a little town. It's a business that probably paid well, and probably not a lot of employees. But look at this, y'all. See this? I'm gonna make it full screen so you can see it. Maybe if this damn thing will work now. Check this out right here. See the parking lot and all that? Gone. Just gone. 1, 2. You can see it there. Oh, Nick Barris. I've heard from citizens telling me that the house is shook miles away. No word on injuries. Sky 5 is on its way. Let me see here. Channel 5. Let's try this. Good Lord. News Channel 5 Nashville. Okay, look at this.
It's trying to start seeing what we're seeing, putting things together, talking to families, talking to victims, talking to interviews, and arranging it. It's hell. It's hell on us. It's hell on everybody involved.
Frank Talk from Humphreys County Sheriff calling it one of the most devastating situations he has seen in his career. 19 people remain missing tonight after an explosion at Accurate Energetic Systems, a munitions plant in Hickman County. We have team coverage for you from the latest on the investigation and how this isn't the first time a normal workday turned deadly at that same site. We appreciate you being with us tonight at 6.
At the same site? Wait. They said 80 employees, but they weren't all on day shift. So they had places, they had a explosion before?
As we continue to follow this tragic situation, I'm Rory Johnston. Carrie is off. This explosion happened early this morning. It could be heard and felt for miles. Accurate Energetic Systems, AES, sits in the Bucksnort area of Hickman County, really right on the Humphreys County line. And that is where we find our Aaron Cantrell tonight as this investigation unfolds.
don't either.
Aaron, there are truly no words to describe what happened there, right?
Exactly, Rory. I mean, Sheriff Chris Davis, he could barely even speak when he spoke to us a few times today, but he was able to say this is devastating and it's heartbreaking. 19 people are still unaccounted for. They expected to come to work today and go home, and those families are still waiting for answers. And both sheriffs for both counties, they say this is personal to them, and they know these families personally, and they are wanting answers. They are treating this like a crime scene because they do not want to overlook anything, and they are just trying to figure out exactly what happened. In fact, they have teams together right now that are going out into the community to find family members of those missing, to let them know that they are searching for their loved ones. But this is what we know so far. This blast happened around 7:45 this morning, and Sky 5 flew over that scene, and just heartbreaking and devastating images of that building completely destroyed. And you could just hear and feel that blast for miles, according to viewers. Now, local, state, and federal agencies, including the ATF, the FBI, bomb squads, are combing through the debris to determine what caused the explosion. Now, Sheriff Chris Davis has not confirmed any deaths, referring to the 19 missing as souls, as officials continue notifying families.
We always want the best. We're always wanting the best for our people. We always want to keep that hope alive. We always want to keep the good Lord in our hearts, and trying to make prayers that we can find some people and recover them.
Okay. Now we want this one. I don't want that one. Oh, it's the same one. Okay. Different one.
So, Jason, what have you been hearing out here today? Yeah, that's right, Aaron. All the help from the community, and we have been able to see that help from all over the mid-state pour into this community. We are positioned actually closer to the interstate, where we can see those trucks take the exit and turn down this road toward that blast site. So we have seen so much of that here, all of it happening so quickly. In a community that changed in a split second. It took just about that same amount of time for the help to start pouring in. Yes, there were the command centers from Williamson County, the bomb squads from Nashville, the biggest units of them all, but from the smallest of churches.
My sister called me this morning.
There was also this.
And I just decided to hang around till, I said, well, I'll just hang around down here if anybody needs to come to the church.
The church was Maple Valley Baptist. Donna Brake goes there.
Everybody just pray. Pray for their families, pray for their loved ones. Around in these other counties, they work down here, their families live in other counties. So we all need to be praying for them. That's all we can do.
But Donna did more than just pray.
she opened this church to make sure any first responder, any volunteer, had a haven away from a scene that could only be described as hell.
We have water, restrooms. We can go get food if they need it.
We can help. Small, but in just a split second, there was no doubt as to the size of this community's heart.
They're resilient here.
I see that it's 11 o'clock. I'd like to get back here maybe at 12. I want to go up and communicate with that.
There is
with other law enforcement
19
agencies to make sure that we can get y'all in with, we can get you some footage.
Affected.
Is this Hickman, is it located in Hickman County or Humphreys County?
You are right on the county line, half and half. And that's why I say we're working this, and he and I are married at the hip.
Okay.
Mr. Stinson.
I know it's on the map, and I just wondered if it was.
I live on that.
Some of it is actually Hickman, and some of it is Humphreys. So.
And you know, it's one of those things that I've often said. It don't matter if there's something that's going to happen. For those of you that know me, if there's something happen, we're going to take care of it, of what needs to be done. Together, everybody achieves more, and we're going to stay together and make sure we handle this situation the best we can.
I thought you did a good job during the flood. I don't know.
I appreciate. Well, there was just some things, and I wanted to clarify that. But I also want to, we're doing that to try to be respectful of the family. So I appreciate that very much, and I appreciate you guys. Yes, sir.
Yes, Sheriff. This explosion, did this happen at one specific building? Was it a storage building, or do we know if it was at the main plant? Or
at 7:45 a.m. this morning, there was a devastating explosion. And we're going to get that information. We're going to clarify things.
The link?
Let me get to that, because if I start naming particulars.
Can you text me the link?
I don't need to do that right now. Okay? All right. Anything else?
Okay. All right. Very good.
Find out about this. Officials in that press conference you just witnessed said that they want to be very deliberate and responsible and respectful to those individuals and their families as well. So there is still a lot that we're working.
There's probably nothing left of them.
To find out about this explosion, we know it happened around 7:45 this morning. Officials described it as a devastating explosion on the county line between Hickman and Humphreys counties. So it's really required a massive response. You're watching some footage from our Sky 5 helicopter this morning over the damage. Now, we are going to be following this story throughout the morning as well to give you as much information as we can. Deputies are urging people to stay out of the area, though, so emergency services can do their work. We're going to show you some other photos, including some from Lauren Rourke. She shared those with Nick Barris. Now, she lives close to the explosion. She and her neighbor, Katie Arnold, say they took these photos moments after the explosion. Lauren told Nick that there was a lot of debris floating down around their house. They live just a few minutes from the plant. They said the explosion was so strong, it sounded like it was right outside, shaking the house, knocking dust and insulation loose from the ceiling vents.
There'll be more cameras that comes out, but dust and insulation from the ceiling vents. Their ceiling vents.
Cody Warren is the one who sent Nick this video. Now, he lives in Lobelville, which is about 21 miles from the explosion. Cody says that he felt the ground shake after that explosion. Now, we want to tell you what we know about the plant so far. The plant is Accurate Energetic Systems. It specializes in developing, manufacturing, handling, and storing explosives used in multiple professions. That includes the military, aerospace, and commercial demolition. Now, we are still working to learn more about what exactly was housed in that building that appears to be at the center of the explosion. First responders are also asking for your help. They're asking folks to only call the sheriff's office and 911 for emergencies. That's so they can continue to respond to this current emergency. A little bit of history we know about the plant. We did dig back through our archives. We found that this facility actually expanded as recently as 2020. Now, according to a release from the governor's office, AES invested more than $9 million into that expansion. It added 80 jobs in Hickman and Humphreys counties. Now, the response, it's also prompting road closures, so keep this in mind if you're in the area. TDOT says crews will close State Route 230. It's also known as
Okay, so I got some more stuff here. Look at this. P Girl sent this in. Thank you so much, my darling. Check this out. Oh crap, wrong one. This is one of the workers that worked there.
Do you want me to? Okay. So,
My emotions are too.
tell me about your day.
Which specific part do you want to know?
Let's just start at how this happened, what you were doing.
Well, how this happened, I can only tell you what little bit I know.
Yeah.
So, I left at 7:37. Clocked out 7:37, would have made it by the gate 7:40.
Mm-hmm.
So I live out towards North 13. As soon as I got on South 13 to head towards Waverly, saw 2 police cars coming this direction, and my mind process was like, oh, probably a wreck happened. So I kept driving, got home, I had a little bit of talk with my father, and then I got friends calling me, and they said, are you okay? Are you alive? And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they're like, I heard your building blew up. I was like, what are you talking about? The building blew up at your job, and there was an explosion. I was like, this is a bad joke. More people kept calling, more texts, all of it. Everyone asking if I'm okay. I'm like, what's going on? And then eventually 2 coworkers call, and they ask, and at that point I'm like, okay, something serious has happened. So I call my 3rd shift supervisor twice. He's the only one that didn't make it off the property visually that I can, acknowledge. And there was no response. So I was naturally, that part, my heart just sunk. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna get my coworkers. We're gonna come down here. We're gonna learn what we can, help how we can, do what we can. So I've done what I needed by giving interviews, statements to whoever. Because again, apparently I left maybe 7-8 minutes right before this incident happened. It's a miracle in of itself, but it's also a tragedy.
What's your feelings about this whole thing right now?
Feelings? Well, I mean, naturally I'm distraught.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I said goodbye to a lot of coworkers, not knowing it'd be my last goodbye. That word in itself, so it feels sour coming out of my mouth. I mean, some of these coworkers had families and friends, some of them were about to get married, start better paths in their life. I have no idea if they're alive or not. I want to have faith that they're there and they're possibly just unconscious under the rubble. Mm-hmm. I don't want to believe the worst can happen, because I feel like that'll just destroy me quickly.
How long have you worked here?
I just got on my training period, so I've been here for a little over 3 months.
Overall, pretty good place to work, sounds like, from everybody I've talked to.
It's not a bad place to work.
Dangerous.
Naturally, with a lot. I mean, but it's no different than driving a car on the aspect. A car in itself is dangerous. It depends on the person who's doing it.
Yeah.
I've been here a year and 2 months.
A year and 2 months. Now, there's been accidents here before, but
I mean, the last big explosion that was not this bad was in 2014.
And that's obviously been a while ago, so it's not something you think. I mean, you look on the news
and it
you
didn't
see.
come to this bad.
Yeah.
They said this one was by far the worst.
So locals are used to hearing tests.
Yes.
So that's not uncommon to hear in
Because they thought that it could have been that and something might have misfired.
Yeah.
But when they heard that it was an actual building, that was nothing left.
Well, they give radio signals saying, hey, we're about to fire off.
Oh, okay.
And so they give a warning out saying we're about to fire off an explosion. There's enough people that were like, this is a little too big.
Yeah, because we're talking, there were people 15, 20 miles away that felt the shockwaves.
Do you know where Waynesboro is?
Yes, I'm from Waynesboro.
That they heard it, they felt it all the way in Waynesboro.
Yes.
And I'm like, people were commenting on the post saying, oh, it's an earthquake, or it's like, no, we are landlocked, so you're not going to feel that here.
Right.
Well.
And then when I heard accurate energetic systems, I'm like, okay, something's got to be happening. We try to call, no answer, phone was going straight to not working. And so, we started calling around trying to figure something out, and then we kept getting more and more comments and stuff, and so I called him and we tried to figure out what was going on.
The next path forward is just wait, see what we hear.
What Now, we understand that they make military components, explosives.
Anything from basic deconstruction.
Anything
to take down a building.
When bridges blow up,
yes,
we make those things that go at the bottom of the bridge.
Okay, that's the commercial. That's the commercial
and military.
That's what I was going to say. They make commercial and military.
That building at that time, we were making commercial products.
Commercial products, like as you said, like the thing that they use to implode things. Those charges, those shaped charges, or whatever. Anything you want to say to your friends, your family, the work family?
I mean,
I just hope everybody.
I just want to have faith that your loved ones are here. They just need to be found tomorrow. I can't tell them that they're not, because one, none of us know. Two,
that's what I was thinking, Nancy.
No point in hurting someone. So it's better to give hope than hurt.
Can we do anything for you? I mean, you're visibly checking. Is there anything? Yeah. Guys, thank y'all much.
That's wild. Absolutely wild. One second. All right. Marked second in nearly 12 years in Tennessee explosion. This was the first explosion right here.
Breaking news alert. That house as well acre production facility
and fire that killed one person and badly injured 3 others. It's the same facility where multiple people are now. Video from 2014 shows the damage from an explosion and fire that killed one person and badly injured 3 others.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan and Morgan.
Where multiple
Every time
people
one of my children started driving, it was terrible.
are now dead and many others are missing.
Come here, love me. Tell me I love you too. Have a good day, baby. I hope you have a good day.
Catherine Edwards said her husband Rodney never had an issue working at the ammunition factory until he was killed in the April 2014 explosion. Her family was shocked and heartbroken.
He was a big part of our lives, and now there's going to be a part of us missing.
Since then, the AES website claims they've been experts in a wide range of explosive products. And in August of last year, were certified for design, development, and manufacturing high explosives.
Blow me back about 30, 40 feet.
Joey Clark spent 3 weeks in the hospital after the 2014 blast, where he lost an eye and 2 fingers.
Walking in the door when it flamed up, and I stopped to go get Rodney. I was gonna turn around. I thought he was behind me. That stop, thinking about him, probably saved my life.
We're waiting for Tosha to send us reports from the 2014 explosion, but found documents showing AES was fined in 2019 for 2 serious safety violations. That's the last time the McEwen facility was inspected. I talked with Joey this afternoon, and he told me that he still knows a lot of people who work at the facility and says it's really emotional seeing the images of the explosion. And like so many people, he's waiting to hear about how his friends are doing. Brendan Tierney, WSMB4.
That's crazy.
Find out it was Banner ran my credit and signed me up for a credit card to put the payments on.
Then a credit card showed up in the mail.
News alert.
And we are on top of this breaking news here at 3 o'clock. Multiple people are dead, 19 people still missing after an explosion at a plant in Hickman
Now, WSM, I'm hearing 8
County. I'm Tracy Cornett.
And I'm Amanda Hara. The Humphreys County Sheriff just choked back tears, saying the building is totally gone. Lauren Lowry is live now with a look at what else he shared.
If this is a violation, like if there was wrongdoing on the company's part, ooh-wee.
Lauren.
Yeah, so the county sheriff, who you were just mentioning, called this one of the most devastating scenes he's ever seen. And when you consider that he was also here when Waverly happened a few years ago and the devastation we saw from that, you start to get a picture of what this has really been for him and all of the responding units here today. I want to show you the map of where we are right now. We're about 50 miles west of Nashville. It's about an hour as you drive. You go right along the line of Humphreys County and Hickman County. And so you're actually seeing both of those agencies responding here, kind of co-owning the scene right along with the federal agencies. FBI, ATF, they're here. Also THP.
WKRN is reporting 18.
And even Metro, Nashville, the bomb squad has come out here to help in any capacity they need. Now, as you look, you're going to see, we're kind of in the middle of nowhere. That's what the public information officer has called this this area here. It's a 1,300-acre site, and it's on purpose to have nothing around it because this place does create explosive devices for military applications as well as commercial applications. For example, when a building needs to be imploded, they're using the type of agents that are fabricated and formulated in this type.
So, you know, when they tear down buildings, right? Big skyscrapers and stuff, they make that kind of stuff.
Facility. Now, because of the explosives, that's actually why there's been such a reaction here, because people felt it. About 2:30, 30 minutes all day long, and you've been speaking with people. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Lauren, that's absolutely right. I can tell you that since early this morning, you have certainly felt the sense of urgency in the air as first responders from across the region race to this factory in light of the explosion, which has resulted in 19 people being missing and multiple fatalities. At this point in time, officials are still going through the painstaking mission of trying to find those folks. But as Lauren just said, several family members have showed up to this site, some of them wiping tears away from their face as they wait.
Can you imagine
To try and find out the status of their loved ones. Now, this really has turned into a massive response, and as the sheriff was saying, this is what happens when emergency happens. Several people come together in an effort to try and bring this situation to a rest. Now, before moments ago, we did have the opportunity to speak with someone in the community who felt the explosion. Take a listen. What do you have to say?
Well, we were just sitting in our living room drinking coffee, and all of a sudden we heard just a massive boom. It was like a two-part boom, like a boom boom. But it shook the house. It rattled the windows. I mean, we thought something happened in our front yard. We were running outside, looking around, and didn't see anything.
And now the sheriff did tell us that the company has ceased operations for the day as they try to be their best to try and support the families who have now been impacted by this tragedy. We're told that they're going to be out here for multiple days trying to really get to the bottom of what exactly happened, and that's a task that's going to be handled by the ATF and FBI.
Okay, Jordan, thank you so much. Our Dryden Quigley is also bringing team coverage. Dryden, you were actually able to speak with someone who's counting their blessings now tonight.
Yes, we're at a gas station just a few feet away from where the buildings are, and we ran into one guy who was walking down here, and he told us, yes, I used to work here. I do work here. And we, started talking to him, and he said what's even more shocking than that is he left that very same building 8 minutes before it supposedly exploded at 7:45. He says he remembers checking his phone. It was around 7:35, and that's right when he was leaving. He said what really rattles him, what's stuck in his head, is that he was saying bye to some of his coworkers, his supervisor, and they said, bye, have a great weekend. We'll see you on Monday. And he said that just keeps playing and playing over and over again in his head. He's obviously very shaken today as he left truly just minutes before this happened. He said right now he's thinking of everyone, all of their families, for those who are still unaccounted for. Take a listen to what he told us.
I'm shook up. I've cried more than I care to. I've lost a lot of people, just like so many else here, friends, family. I mean, there's a lot of people here that I just want to hear whether their loved ones have made it or they haven't.
I mean, you truly just can't imagine leaving a place like that just minutes before this happened. He said for these 19 people, he is still clinging on to some hope that maybe some of them are out there at a hospital injured and they just haven't been able to get in contact with people. So we're praying for them and all of those coworkers today. But live in Hickman County, Dryden Quigley, WSB4.
Dryden, thank you. And it's worth noting that the sheriff did mention he believes 4 to 5 people may be being treated at a hospital right now, but he admitted he did not have the exact number, and he was hoping to have a better number for us at 4 o'clock. That's the next scheduled update. I want to give you some perspective, though, about what this facility looked like before today. We've pulled up a Google Map image for you.
Check this out. Burton Skaggs.
You know about the explosion, where you were when it happened?
I was about 15 miles away. I was actually in a deer stand, and when the explosion went off, it actually shook the tree I was in, and then you could see the shock wave go across the woods, rattling the limbs and knocking leaves off. I knew it wasn't a test immediately, and made some calls and got over here to volunteer as fast as I could.
So it's not unusual for small explosions here?
No, they're pretty big explosions. Okay. It'll get your attention, and it maybe twice a week or so you'll hear them, and usually in the morning.
And this one was different how?
Probably, I'm gonna say at least 10 times stronger than what we're used to, and we never feel the shock wave from them. And this, you could actually feel the shock wave.
That was the biggest difference.
Yeah.
And exactly about how far were you from here?
Approximately 15 miles.
Okay.
Damn. That's crazy. Alrighty, guys. Well, thank you all so much for joining me. This is the longest live I have done in a long time. Yeah, she's over there eating peas and carrots and corn and dragon fruit. That's what she's doing. All right, guys. Much love, everyone. Good night. I will see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, lots to talk about tomorrow. We're going to be talking about a couple new cases. Well, one's not, I mean, it's a newer case. We just started out of Philadelphia. We're going to talk about the guy that won $1 million that's missing as well. And we'll, of course, talk about Jack and Lily. I still have to dig around for next little bit, so I'm not done yet for the night. Twice a week, usually in the morning. No way would I let my husband work. God bless his soul, but no freaking way. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you all for joining me. You guys are amazing. Take good care of yourselves. Hug the ones you love the most. You only get so many trips around the sun. Good night, everyone. God bless.